Yeah, okay. All right. We've waited an extra 10 minutes, so I think we're going to get started. I'm going to call this meeting to order. I am not Jim Hayden, in case anybody was wondering. My name is Jack Crisp. Jim is away out of state, and he has asked me to fill in for him this evening. So I have graciously and gratefully agreed to do that. Not my first rodeo. I have filled in for Peter once in the past, and I look forward to working with all of you to work our way through the 10 warrant articles that we have before us tonight. As is our tradition, I would like to start this meeting by recognizing the Bow Girl Scouts who will be presenting the colors. They are from Troop 12553. The troop leaders are Carrie Fontaine and Kate Leonard, and our scouts are Elizabeth Abbott, Aria Belanger, Zoe DeVerger, Lillian Fontaine, Natalie Fontaine, Imogene LaMarche, and Kaylee Leonard. And I would ask everybody to rise.
Post colors. Audience, please rise. Color guard, honor your flag. Please join us in saying the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Normally, we would have the national anthem at this point, but unfortunately, music is not available this evening. For anybody in need, there is babysitting. I think probably everybody knows that at this point. I'd like to begin by introducing the head table. Well, actually, before we begin, it has become a custom, both by Jim and Peter, to share a quote before the meeting gets started. Peter has a fantastic quote about getting lost in the fog that is attributed to Benjamin Franklin, and I love that quote, but I don't want to steal it from him. So in thinking about this evening, I dug up a few of my own. The first one is, elections belong to the people. It's their decision. If they decide to turn their back on the fire and burn their behinds, then they will have to sit on their blisters. Abraham Lincoln. I thought this was particularly appropriate since this is a school district meeting. Democracy cannot succeed unless those who express their choice are prepared to choose wisely. The real safeguard to democracy, therefore, is education. Franklin Delano Roosevelt. And last but not least, democracy is never a thing done. Democracy is always something that a nation must be doing. Archibald MacLeish. So, for some of my own thoughts tonight, as most of us sit and watch our TV screens and listen to the reports on our radios and read the news in our newspapers, we should value and appreciate events such as tonight. A school district meeting or Wednesday's town meeting more than we ever have. People are at war and they are dying because they want to be free like us. And we here have the opportunity to perform perhaps the purest form of democracy there is, the town meeting or the school district meeting. So whatever differences of opinion we may have, and we may not have, tonight let us treat each other with the dignity and respect we all deserve, and for which some of us elsewhere in the world are dying tonight. At that, I would like to introduce the head table. Immediately next to me, for good reason, is our town's attorney, Matt Upton, a good friend, and the town's attorney, the school district's attorney. I spent too many years as a selectman, so I always think in terms of the town. Seated next to Matt is the chair of our school board, Bryce Larrabee. Next to Bryce, our vice chair, Jennifer Strongrain. This says that Mr. Martin Ostrolo is next to, but that's clearly not true. I'm guessing that's Jenna Reardon, Eric Schulman, and Martin Ostrolo. And then down away, it's to my right, is John Rich, another friend and colleague, who is our school district clerk. And farther down is the superintendent of schools for our district, Dean Cascadden, and the assistant superintendent for business administration, Dwayne Ford. Before we get started, there are another group of people that I want to thank for this evening. I want to thank everybody from the school district who's worked so hard to make all the arrangements here, particularly Roy Bailey, who's the director of technology. I don't know if Jeff Somerville is here, but I'd like to thank him as well. We have a group of assistant moderators with us who are working tonight. I'd like to recognize all of them. Jared Bland, Brian Kelso, Brian McKean, Mark Nadzen, Robin Malone, Jack Reardon, Tom Hoey, Don Hubbard, Susan Larrabee, Heath Carter, Chris Cloutier, Dale Berg, and Sean Nelson. I'd like to thank all of them. Our community does as well as it does because there are so many people who are willing to volunteer and deal with whatever business the schools or the town has. So with that, I understand that Bryce Larrabee has something for us, so I will turn the microphone over to him.
Hi, folks. Bryce Larrabee from the school board. A quick recognition of Dr. Eric Schulman. Eric has been on the school board for the last 3 years, and he did not seek re-election. And we can't thank enough as a community, Dr. Schulman. I mean, he's a pediatrician by trade, I think by all accounts, right? School board wasn't the easiest job the last 3 years. And Eric has just been a wealth of information and knowledge throughout the pandemic. The entire time, he's been just great. What he really brings to the board, though, is such an attention to detail and care for things. He always catches things, whether it's looking at policies or procedures or at the different presentations that we have heard over the different years. He's such an asset to the board. He's really going to be greatly missed. And we really appreciate your service, Eric. Thanks again.
And at this time, I would like to recognize our superintendent, Dean Cascadden.
Before I start, I'd like to introduce the two mystery ladies at the end of the table. Marcy Kelly, Director of Student Services, works in the SEU, and Dr. Shannon Bartlett is our Director of Curriculum, who also works in the SEU. And you all know Mr. Ford. Can I have the enrollment slide as we push forward? Keep going. What?
Clicker, I think, to your right. So you can put your- if you want.
Uh-oh, me and technology. I just want to advance the slide.
Click the space bar.
Thank you, Jennifer. All right, can you advance the slide to the enrollment? So this is Article 1, you're going to hear the reports of agent auditors, committees, officers chosen to take any other action. That's me. Can we advance to the enrollment slide, please? Oh, good. The comedy show's over. Let's get going. I've been 15 years as your superintendent. I have one more year left to go for my retirement. I came from SAU 36 and SAU 4. Both of those were cooperative towns. They had like rich towns and poor towns working together. And when I decided to come down to Bow, I really made a decision to come down, and it was, what could you do if you had real community support for education? How could you implement an educational vision if you had real community support? So I came down, and I'm going to talk a little bit about enrollment here and what's going on. Bow High School was built in 1997. So 1997, voters such as you came probably into the middle school, and they sat down and they heard a whole bunch of articles about building Bow High School. Now, at the time, the power plant was supporting your tax base, and there was help there. It was passed with multiple warrant articles. It was passed with like the basic plan, and then it was passed with the fields and a number of other things. And when I got here, what I heard was we built the Taj Mahal. Oh my goodness, there are bikes in the basement, like the mountain bikes in the basement, and you just way overbuilt this school. And what I found in my 15 years is you built a very solid, useful facility. This is a great auditorium to have. The facility is very useful. It's held up over time. This building doesn't look 25 years old. There are a couple special features. For those of you who are freshmen, no, there is no pool on the roof. That's just a rumor. But over the top of my office, there's a greenhouse that has never really been used. In the physics room, there's a drop tower that we've used on and off. And there were special little features like that. Because of the curriculum that was being built, it was based on breaking ranks. It was going to be interdisciplinary classes. They built some double classrooms. But this has been a very solid, useful building. It wasn't the Taj Mahal. It's very functional. What happened is Bow became a destination for those people seeking good schools. It was one of the schools. It was the newest school to be built. It was built on the concept of breaking ranks. George Edwards. There was a number of really innovative programs and so forth. And so there was an influx of people into the town, and people moved here because of the high school. And at the time, the leaders felt, with all that influx of people, oh my goodness, we have to build new elementary and middle schools. And there was actually some demographic studies done, and there was put forth to the voters, let's build a new elementary and middle school complex. And it was good that that didn't get passed, because those enrollment numbers really never came to get passed. And BMS was renovated in 2006. And BMS is actually the most newly renovated school. And when you walk into it, you kind of scratch your head and say, is this the most newly renovated school? And at the time, because of the history that had happened with Bow High School, it was really, we're only going to renovate those things we absolutely need. We're not going to do any extra work. It's going to be the fixtures and the foundation. So you walk around and the tiles mismatched, and there are other things going on. I get lost going into the office trying to visit Adam, because that office is all over the place. But that again has been a really functional, useful building for the school. So Dr. C arrives. Ooh, look, I brought my laser pointer. In 2007, thinking, hey, everything's great. And all of a sudden, enrollment starts dropping. I thought it was me. I really did. I thought, I got here and people said, oh, let's get out of here. But really what happened is Wyndham, Bedford built some brand new schools, and Bow was no longer the shiny new place. And, our enrollment started to drop. And so right about this time, took a very hard look at things and said, our enrollment's dropping. We got to cut program and we got to cut teachers. We got to right size. And so we had a meeting where I think we had like 6 teachers that we were cutting. Students protested outside the high school, and it was a tough time, and we had to make those cuts. And we were headed in a very bad direction. At that time, what I was telling people, look, you're a nice size high school right now, 600 kids, great size high school. You don't get lost here. We know your name. We know who you are. It's not so big, but it's not so small that you don't have programs. You have a lot of good programs. You're a good Division II size school. That's a good size. We were headed to be a very small high school, 400 kids, Division III or Division IV sports, a lot of cuts in programs. And so at the time, we looked around, and it was good for us and also good for Dunbarton. And we negotiated with them to become our area partners. So in 14-15, right before we hit the bottom, we asked Dunbarton or negotiated them to come in, and we had a 3-year phase-in of them coming into school. And that was here in the very bottom. That's when Dunbarton came in. We were headed to a very kind of, in my mind, a very tough place. We were going to have a very small high school, and yeah, we were going to cut teachers and cut program because that's what you have to do. And then in 15-16, we added all-day kindergarten. And that was another big issue to happen. Now, we were able to add all-day kindergarten because of the decline in enrollment. We had space. We didn't have to build any additional classrooms because there was plenty of space in our elementary school because of that. And so by adding Dunbarton, adding all-day K, you brought the schools up to one that people were saying, yeah, it's a good school system. I want to keep going. And now we've come up to about here, and we've leveled off. And, that's the last 4 or 5 years. We're kind of at that. And I don't know what the future's going to bring. I read about developments. I read about things that are happening. I look at my own children. I mean, me and my wife produce 4 children. My own children are getting married really late. And maybe they're going to have one baby. And, in New Hampshire, the enrollment as a state been dropping 10%, 20%. We've been holding steady in our enrollment because of our good school. And so I think that's our enrollment slide. And I don't know what the future is going to bring. We're going to stay steady. We're going to increase because of development. We're going to decrease because people are having less kids. I really don't know. Could I have the next slide, please? This is an interesting slide for me. This is cost per pupil slide. And when I first got here, we were above the state average for sure. And Bo's cost, the things that we were spending for, above the state average. And then this was when we had to make those program cuts, and when Dunbarton came in, and now we're below the state average. And there are a couple things for that. The program cuts that we talked about. We really have our capacity at the right size. We aim for about 20 kids in a class. We aim for about 160 kids in our high school, each of our high school grades, a school of about 660. And that really is a good thing to have. We don't have excess capacity. I think we're right size. Every year we go through and we try to keep it at that size. So that's pretty good. There are a couple other things that are going on. Meldrum Thompson has a quote, and it's on the masthead of the Bow Times, that low taxes are the result of low spending. And that's about a third true, because the reason your taxes are low are really for 3 factors: revenue, low spending, and your property value. Those are the 3 things that go into your taxes. Well, right now, next year, we have $3.7 million of revenue projected to come in by tuition by either Dunbarton and some Hooksett students. $3.7 million coming into the Bow school system as revenue, as income to offset taxes. We don't get a lot of grants. Grants are need-based. And besides the federal grants, the ESSER grants that have come in, we just don't get a lot of grants. We have some careful spending. We do. Every January, I have to face the budget committee. And they're wonderful people, but they definitely hold us accountable. You don't get much by the budget committee, and you have to explain almost every single purchase. And we go through almost line by line, every single one. They keep an eye on your spending. We have a true treasurer in Bow. His name's Dwayne Ford. He's the guy sitting at the end of the table. He is the absolute best money guy in the state by far. And he keeps an eye on spending, and he makes sure that whatever is approved at annual meeting is what we spend on. That's very important. And the other treasurer we have is on the other end of the table right here, Matt Upton. Matt Upton has been our lawyer for a little while, and he is probably the premier employment lawyer in the state of New Hampshire. And he has just wisdom. I just sit and listen to him. And what he impressed upon me is the long range. You have to look at employment negotiations and employment contracts with a lot of long range view. I've negotiated 6 contracts as my time in Bow. And over that time, we have looked at fair wages. We're not going to pay our teachers the highest. We're not going to be in the middle. We aim for about the 3/4. That's about where we want to have our teacher salary. And we've really worked on health insurance, because health insurance is a lot of costs. And we were one of the first in the state to really go to a progressive plan. And the 2 contracts that you have in front of you tonight have a really good, solid, progressive plan. And that's Matt. And that's Matt working over a long time here in Bow and really working on some really good teacher negotiations. So we have revenue coming in from Dumbarton. We have some careful spending. I won't say low, because we do support schools. And the last one is property value. Bow, we lost the power plant. We didn't lose the power plant. The power plant was devalued, and you had to pay back. And I am in awe of the selectmen in this town of how they handled that in the last 3 or 4 years. They really did a great job of confronting that issue head on and dealing with the fact we do not have the same revenue coming from that power plant. You don't have much commercial property in Bow. I know, I've tried to buy a sandwich in town. It's almost impossible. You got DHL. I bring my car to Capone and stuff like that, but you don't have a lot of commercial property. Where I was before, you had lake homes and you had mountain homes. You had second homes, and they provided a lot of income for your town. You don't. And, your select board's working on that. They're looking at commercial development. They're looking at how things develop. So summary. There's a demand for quality in this town for schools. I hear it all the time. I moved to this town because of the schools, and this is what I expect out of you, Dr. Cascade. I was like, okay, I'll try to provide it. I mean, this is what's going on. Your quality schools keep your property values high and your real estate moving briskly. They do. Your homes are probably more expensive here than they would be in another town, and you're able to sell them very quickly. But the problem is your taxes are mostly supported by your residential property. So anything that we ask to do is going to fall on your backs as residential property payers. But you know what? You get value for your tax dollar, because in New Hampshire, there's a real inequity in funding. And Franklin has high taxes, and Claremont has high taxes, and Danbury has high taxes. And they don't get the same quality because they just don't have the same thing driving. So the warrant tonight, there's turf field on there. I'm sure a lot of you have heard about that. But there are other things that are in the negotiated agreements. And I think they're good, firm, and fair negotiated agreements. And there's the area agreement with Dunbarton. And it was renegotiated this year. And I think it was renegotiated well. We had a little more leverage this year. 7 years ago when we were negotiated, we kind of need some people to come in. Dunbarton needed us a little bit more this year. And there was a little leverage in negotiation, and it's a good agreement. So finally, last slide. My legacy fits on a coaster. This is my legacy, is the mission statement for Bo. My major accomplishments in this town, I think, are the Dunbarton Partnership, all-day kindergarten, and really taking care of people. That's the one thing I've emphasized, especially in the last 5 or 6 years. Take care of people. Build a society that cares for people. We've created a school system that serves kids, and we've created a school system that touches the future. And we just had a PD day, and Marcy and Heidi Power had a bunch of our graduates send in pictures and send in things that Bo did for them. And the kids that have left this system, and the kids that what they've gone on to, and the families they're building, and the lives they're building is just incredible. And I ended that talk with a quote, and I'm just going to end it here. A society grows great when people plant trees in whose shade they know they will never sit. And so, someone built Littleton High School, and I went to it. People before you built Bow High School, and we have this. And you have some decisions tonight to make about what our legacy is going to be. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator,
Yes.
we only have one non-voter sitting in the non-voter section. Do I have your permission to let the voters standing in the aisles slide up there and sit there as well?
You do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we are at that point where we're ready to get down to doing business. I want to remind everybody, little housekeeping things. The exits are on both sides, on the lower level and both sides in the upper level. For those of you who are just arriving, the gymnasium has been reserved for people who want to be in a mask-only environment. You can see and hear everything while you're in there. If we do have an overflow problem, and it doesn't look like we're going to, the cafeteria is set up for that. We're going to have 3 ballot articles tonight. Articles 2 and 3, which relate to the turf field, are ballot articles, meaning you're all going to have to parade up to the ballot boxes and vote. And in the case of those 2 articles, we have to keep the voting open for an hour. So the plan is this. The plan is that we're going to vote on them both at the same time, 2 and 3. You have color-coded ballots. Blue is Article 2. Orange is Article 3. There will be ballot boxes out in the hall by the gym and the cafeteria, and there will be ballot boxes up here on the stage. To vote, you have to have a wristband. When you come up to vote, someone from one of the supervisors of the checklist is going to mark your wristband, and you're going to give the ballot to one of my assistant moderators who will put it in the box for you. It will take some time to do that, but as soon as we have gotten through the voting while we're waiting on the hour, we're going to try to take up some of the smaller articles so that we can get everybody home as early as we can. We are following the moderator's rules tonight. One of those rules is that people going to the microphones are going to be allotted 3 minutes for whatever comments they want to make. And I'm not going to recognize anybody for a second time until everybody who wants to speak at least once has had the opportunity to do that. And so we're going to take up first Article 2. Article 1 has already been taken care of by our superintendent, and I will call upon the chair of the school board, Bryce Larrabee, who is going to make a presentation. It's a little long, but I think it's all useful and important information regarding Article 2 and what it's all about. Oh, yeah, we need a motion. Jeff, you make a motion? All right. And we have a second. Okay, thank you.
I think we're doing that with Article 3 at this time, too. Just the discussions.
Right. Your article is as to 2 and 3, or your motion is as to both articles? Okay. And your second is as to both articles? Okay, thank you. I knew there was a reason I had you next to me. Bryce? Yep.
Oh, that's going to take a lot of work. There's no way for me to do the clicking down here. This is going to take a lot of next slides for you guys. Okay, well, next slide. There we go, that's good. Again, I'm Bryce Larrabee. I'm here to talk about the turf field. I appreciate the majority of you are here because this is particularly interesting, I think, to many of the attendees. Unfortunately, it's kind of a complicated math calculations and how we come up with our plan here. So it's going to take me some time to walk through all those explanations. What I can tell you is that, you know, at the start of the school year in September, a turf field was not on our board's radar. It was not. With the school year starting, we were worried about remote learning, masking. We knew we had the Dunbarton area agreement to renegotiate. We knew we had the teacher contracts. We knew this was going to be an extremely busy year. But at the same time, a turf field project has always been on the radar in this community. It's been at least 20 years that people have been talking about a turf field in Bow. And the problem was always there wasn't any money up front available to get that project off the ground. And so in the course of negotiating with Dunbarton, it became clear that they owed us a back payment of about $400,000. And at that point, as a board, we said, well, that's a lot of money we can maybe do something with. And at the same time, we reached out to the community, and a number of organizations like Bow Athletic Club and Audley Construction, a number of different folks said, we'd be really interested in pursuing that further. And so at that point, in about October, we said, well, what can we do to sort of minimize the impact to the taxpayer, maximize the interest by these local communities to get this done, you know, have the most of the money that we could possible come from non-Bow taxpayers, Dunbarton, and finally, what can we do to also offset that? And we thought, well, we could probably make those that are going to get the biggest use out of this facility pay more. And so we cobbled together a package of money and a proposal that is what you're going to see here today. And none of us would be here today if we were just coming to say, hey, $3 million bond, pay for it. None of us would support that. Tonight is now the perfect time for this project? It is not. None of us will say that is. There is no perfect time. We do not believe, and we haven't certainly come across where a $3 million contribution from someplace came up and is going to pay for this. And so as a result, we think this is as good as we're going to get. This is it. We're going to take one shot at the turf field. We're going to try and support all those families that have tried for 20 years to make this a reality. And you know, if the voters don't support it, if the majority of folks think that it's not the right time, and then that's it. We can certainly live with that. Does it mean there aren't potholes to fix, that there aren't roofs to repair, there aren't things to pay for? Of course it doesn't. Those things still exist. We understand that. But we also understand that this is what we think is as good as it's going to get. So with that said, next slide, please. So I'm going to go pretty quickly through all the background on these just because it's so much material, because I think folks are really interested in the money. So I'm going to try and get to the money as quick as I can. I think most people are pretty familiar with the presentation anyway. The plan is to put this at the middle school. The idea is we could break ground in October. By spring, like this year, at this time next year, the field will be built and folks will be playing on it. Why now and how are we going to do that? We'll get into the details as we move forward. These two pictures you see, by the way, are from Hollis Brookline. And Hollis Brookline, very similar community to ours. Hollis Brookline put their field in 2 years ago. They've been a wealth of information and knowledge for us along the course as we tried to kind of put this together. But that's very similar to what you would see as a final product. Next slide, please. So why now? Through COVID, we've also determined that outdoor learning is certainly a big part of moving forward. You'll see it's also why we're focused on the middle school track area, because that's the closest area to the two smaller kids' schools. We'll be able to have the kids out there in mud season in March and April, in October, to be able to have recess out there, science class out there in times of the year when they wouldn't be able to. We're planning to have a 700-seat stadium, so we'll have assemblies out there at that location, and it's a good location for this project. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. The other reasons are the negotiations with Dunbarton have had a big difference in sort of where a lot of this money is going to be coming from. And it also is with all the contributions from the local organizations. Next slide, please. So that location is, we view, the most ideal location for this because of the use of, during the school day, of the young students are able to get out there, have recess, have PE. In the high school, they have 90-minute classes at times. It's close enough. It's a 10-minute walk from the front door of the high school onto the turf field presently. So easy enough for high school kids to go up there and have classes. There'll be Wi-Fi out there. There'll be access to it. There's also a $50,000 grant that the school has received for an outdoor learning center. The picture you see on the right here is what is the final design of what that outdoor school is going to look like. And so that's a classroom that is outdoors that the kids will be able to use. That'll be attached to this location as well. Just so you know, that grant goes forward whether this project does or not. That $50,000 in outdoor learning space, that will happen regardless of how the vote is tonight. It may be something out in the woods. It may be some completely different design, but this is the design that it will be as it relates to the turf field project. The other reason that location is, by all accounts, it's the worst field in town. There are a number of programs that refuse to even practice or play there because of the quality and condition of that field. The thought was, we can replace our worst field in town and now have our best field and not touch our current best fields. That makes perfect sense to us. So that's why we've chose that location. Next slide, please. So we plan to line this field with every sport you can imagine. There'll be a lot of lines out there, a lot of different sports being able to play there. Basically, the way it works is you have a different color for every different line. Soccer would be red and lacrosse is yellow, and that sort of thing is how it works. But we would view this as really extending the season in order to be able to play. Frankly, this year, I would say all but probably a month of this year, a turf field to be available. You could plow that. You can use it for most parts of the season as well. I'll show you a picture in the not too distant future. I'll give you a good example on that. Next slide, please. So the expectation, we keep calling this a community turf field. What does that mean? So our expectation is Monday through Thursday, the field would be used by the schools for educational purposes, for recess and gym class and those things, from 7 to 3. And then at 3 o'clock till 6:30 p.m., the high school and middle school would use the field for school activities, school sports. And then at 6:30, youth sports like Bow Soccer Club, Bow Youth Football, BAC Sports would use it from 6:30 p.m. till whenever they choose to no longer use it that night. Fridays would be exclusively for the schools, and so Friday night you would have likely high school soccer games and things like that at the facility. There aren't a lot of high school or middle school sports on the weekends, so the weekends would be almost exclusively used by the local community teams throughout the day. It's actually the spring and the fall when that's most active. When I was a kid, sports was more in the summer, but that's not really the case anymore. None of those organizations really do a lot in the summer, and the summer we'd be looking to rent the facility or use it for any groups locally that want to, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. Next slide, please. So these are the slide pictures I was going to tell you about. On Sunday, these are pictures I took at the one on the upper left is the high school field. The one on the lower left is the location we were talking about. The upper right photo is Manchester Memorial's turf field on Sunday, and the lower right is the Trinity turf field in Manchester as well, just to give you an idea of the kids are out there playing on it. In fact, Dwayne Ford drove by Derryfield High School and saw 40 kids on Sunday night out there playing lacrosse. Next slide, please. I think folks know this already, but essentially we have two plans here. The basic plan is for a field, lights, and bleachers. The bleachers be big enough for assemblies, so 700-seat bleachers. The field would be the biggest regulation soccer field by NHIA standards. Currently, the high school field is the smallest, and there is no space at the current field to make that any bigger without changing the track, just as a frame of reference. So that project is $2.4 million. And so, next slide. So we call this the preferred plan. This is an additional $600,000. And so the additional $600,000 basically brings water down to that facility. So we'd have restrooms, a snack shack, and a practice field facility. The practice field is particularly important to the youth organizations. Younger kids play on smaller fields, 7v7 soccer, smaller fields like that. It would be ideal for the youth organizations in particular. The expectation is that's where the kids would likely have recess and do more things of that nature, would be on that field. Why do we have it broken up like this? It's actually modeled after this high school. So when they built this high school, they had a bond hearing whether to build the high school. And at the same time, they had a second bond. And the second bond was, if you want to build the high school so much, do you also want to pay more money for a nice auditorium and 3 fields? And the voters said yes, and you're sitting in the auditorium that the second bond voted in favor of that. That was the idea behind why we did it this way. Do people have interest in just the basic field that would accomplish really our core goals, or are people interested in this preferred plan, which is basically do it once, do it right, don't do it again? Next slide, please. So how do we fund it? This gets complicated, so try and keep up. Next slide. So we have a variety of sources of where the funds are going to come from. At the end of the day, the whole project is $3.3 million. You have a lot of different organizations putting in money. So the youth organizations like Bow Athletic Club, Bow Soccer Club, those 4 organizations, at the end of the day, they will have paid about $360,000 towards this. The current athletic fees at the high school have been approved by the school board to be $100 per sport, 2-sport cap. And so those fees will be allocated towards this for the next 10 years, and that will be another $673,000 to offset the cost of this. The back payment I mentioned earlier from Dunbarton, the $400,000 payment, that would be allocated towards this. And then we also have, and I'll get more into this later, Dunbarton basically will be paying us about $180,000 per year going forward, and we would allocate $60,000 of that per year towards this project as well. And finally, there's currently a capital reserve fund that Dunbarton has populated with funds that would be available for this project that would be at $275,000. So all those offsets, but it's not enough to have no taxpayer impact, and the remainder is $1.1 million for the taxpayer, and that's for the whole package. That's for the premium plan, the basic and the preferred. Next page, please. So for the common taxpayer, somebody has a $400,000 house. What does that mean to them? It means they would pay about $44 a year extra on their taxes under that preferred plan. The all-in plan is about $44 per year for taxes. Next slide, please. So right now, money that we've already received, you can see here's a list of a number of different sources that have paid. It's cash in hand. The school actually has these donations that they've received. Audley Construction is going to help with the demolition. Sam Cooper and Sons is going to help with the paving. We have a whole host of other local organizations that are willing and able already also to help with the HVAC system and electrical connections and all sorts of things like that as well. Next slide, please. So money that we have right now in hand, meaning we don't need to bond it because we already have this cash that we can use to offset the project. So we have all those donations I mentioned. We have that learning grant from the elementary school, that capital reserve fund I mentioned from Dunbarton at $275,000. And then the $400,000 we've agreed to allow Dunbarton to pay back over 2 years. And so we will have half of that roughly in advance of when we need to bond this. And then we have the high school athletic fee as well. So that's about just under $600,000 of cash on hand, meaning we wouldn't have to bond that amount. Next slide, please. So under that basic plan, under the field, lights, and bleachers, the bond will be $2 million. And so it fluctuates a little bit, but essentially it's $215,000 per year would be the bond payment that we would have to make. But, and now here's where it starts to get a little more complicated, if it hasn't been complicated enough already, is that we have $140,000 of offsets each year. That would make it so that tax payment is actually more like $75,000 per year. Those offsets, all right, there are 3 of them. That Bow High School Athletic Fund that the board has already approved at $100 per sport, 2 sport cap, would be about $56,000 per year that would be allocated, so the bond payment would be less. That Dunbar agreement I mentioned earlier will result in $60,000 per year, which will also be used to offset that bond payment. And finally, the local organizations, Bow Athletic Club, Bow Soccer Club, and BAC and Bow Youth Football have all agreed to put a $15 surcharge on all of their registrations going forward. The expectation is that'll generate about $24,000 a year. So collectively, they add up to about $140,000 per year. Incidentally, the athletic fees at the high school and all those youth organizations, kids can, if they choose to have a waiver, if they say they have a hardship and don't want to pay that, they're more than welcome to do that. It's only happened twice in the last 2 years at the high school, and it's happened only a handful of times out of 1,200 registrations with BAC in the last year. I think there were 3 maybe, just as a frame of reference. Next slide, please. So this is how the tax payments would work. All those different offsets would result in really years 4 through 11, where that payment would need to be made. That's $75,000 per year by the taxpayer. Now that was for the basic. It's another $55,000 on top of that if we do the preferred plan. There really aren't many offsets for the preferred plan. As a result, it would be a bit more money as a result of that. Next slide. So these are conservative estimates. We haven't taken into account the naming rights. Bank of New Hampshire Stadium at Laconia paid 6 figures to have the naming rights to that facility. We're well aware of a number of interested entities that said, come talk to us if this gets approved. It doesn't include the rental fees. So typically the stadiums around here, the turf fields, will rent their facility for $150 to $175 per hour. And in the summer, by my calculations, we could make up at $175 an hour, we could make $49,000 in the summer off rental fees if it was at $175 per hour. Myself and several others have gone down to Massachusetts and met with a company called 3 Step Sports. It's the world's largest travel sports organization. And they told us they'll take every spare second of every interest that we can possibly give them that we have time to rent to them. It was 1 meeting. It went extremely well. We didn't talk about money. It's not built into the calculations here, but I have every expectation that renting this facility in the summer will not be a problem. We also have other in-kind donations that I mentioned, and there's also uses of this that we could rent out the facility for state tournaments and concerts and things like that as well. Next slide. Now back to my original statement, which was, it's not all rainbows and unicorns. This isn't a free project. It does cost something. Your taxes are going to go up. This turf doesn't last forever. By our calculations, we're told it'll have to be replaced in 10 or 15 years, and the turf company told us that would cost about $400,000. So best case scenario, right? We stop paying off the bond. We have 4 more years. Those same offsets would generate more than $400,000 anyway, but that's your best case scenario. You still have to be prepared, right? In case maybe it doesn't go 15 years, maybe it goes 10. We're going to have to be prepared for that if that day comes. It doesn't solve all of our needs. In town, we still have lots of athletic field problems. The expectation is this gives you essentially about 2 more fields. Between the extra hours at night and the 3 extra months of use, building a turf field is the equivalent of having 3 natural grass fields. So it helps, but it doesn't solve all of our problems when it comes to that. And a lot of these funds, not all of them, but a lot of them could be used for other things. A lot of this money could be spent towards other projects in the school system. Some of it could be returned to the town. I mean, it doesn't have to go to this project. People have to understand that as well. Next slide. So, like I've said before, we don't think it's the perfect time. We don't think there is a perfect time, but we think this is as good as it's going to get. And we know there's been a long-term interest by a lot of people in this community to see this through. And so we present this article and see what the community wants to do with the vote. Thank you.
So before we actually vote on this warrant article, we ought to read what the warrant article is. So if you could put Article 2 back up. I'm sure you could all read this, but I'll read it to you anyway. To see if the school district will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $2,400,000 gross budget for the design, construction, installation, and equipping of a regulation-size, multi-use artificial turf athletic field at the Bow Memorial Elementary School track field site, including field construction, lights, bleachers, and applicable site utility work, collectively referred to herein as the basic plan project. Really helps to read this if you've been a lawyer, and this is what you do all day. Plus any other costs associated with the basic plan project, and to authorize the issuance of not more than $2 million of bonds or notes under and in compliance with the provisions of the Municipal Finance Act, RSA 33, and to authorize the school board to issue, negotiate, sell, and deliver such bonds and notes, and determine the rate of interest thereon, and the maturity and other terms thereof, and to authorize the school board to apply for, obtain, accept, and expend any federal, state, or other aid, if any, which may be available for said basic plan project, to use such funds to reduce the amount of bonds or notes issued for said basic plan project, and to comply with all laws applicable to said basic plan project, and to authorize the school board to withdraw $275,000 from the area school capital improvements Dunbarton Capital Reserve Fund established in March 2014 for this purpose, and to authorize the school board to withdraw $50,000 from the Athletic Fields and Facilities Capital Reserve Fund established in March 2016 for this basic plan project, and to authorize the school to utilize $50,000 in project donations collected during 2021, 2022, and 2022-2023 school years, and to utilize $25,000 in Dunbarton School District direct payment for past services rendered, supplemental tuition revenue to be received in 2022-2023 fiscal year for this basic plan project, and to raise and appropriate the additional $50,000 for the first year's interest payment on said bond or note, and to authorize the school board to take any other action to carry this out. 3/5 ballot vote required, recommended unanimously by the school board. This is the only one that was not recommended unanimously by the budget committee. The vote there was 4-2. So I'm guessing, yeah, I guess I ought to read Article 3 too. You want to put Article 3 up? I guess we ought to address both articles at the same time in our comments. So I'll read this one too. To see if the school district will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $600,000 gross budget for design, construction, installation, and equipping of a supplemental multi-use artificial turf athletic field, practice field at the Bow Memorial Elementary School track field site, including practice field construction, applicable site utility work, concession stand, and bathroom construction, collectively referred to as the supplemental plan project, plus any other costs associated with the supplemental plan project, and to authorize the issuance of not more than $580,000 of bonds and notes under and in compliance with the provisions of the Municipal Finance Act, RSA 33, and to authorize the school board to issue, negotiate, sell, and deliver such bonds and notes, and determine the rate of interest thereon, and the maturity and other terms thereof, and to authorize the school board to apply for, obtain, accept, and expend any federal, state, or other aid, if any, which may be available for the supplemental plan project, to use such funds to reduce the amount of bonds or notes issued for the project, and to comply with all laws applicable to said supplemental plan project, and to authorize the school board to utilize $20,000 in project donations collected during 2021-22 and 2022-23 school years, and to raise and appropriate the additional sum of $14,500 for the first year's interest payment on said bond or note, and to authorize the school board to take any other action necessary to carry out this vote. 3/5 ballot vote required for passage. And again, unanimously recommended by the school board and the budget committee, 4 no, 2 yes. Okay. Am I good to go to? Thank you. All right, so I am assuming that there are some people that want to be heard on this. If you want to be heard, you need to be at one of the microphones. And as I previously indicated, I am going to adhere to the 3-minute moderator's rule as best as I'm able to. There may be people, for those of you who are here during the town meeting, you know that there are people in the remote areas who may also have questions. I'm in touch with the assistant moderator over there, and we're going to take their questions as well. Carol, do you have anybody over there that wants to speak? Carol, can you hear me?
We do not have anybody that wants to speak at this time.
Thank you. All right. Yeah. Okay. Anyone who wishes to speak, please remember we need your name and we need your address. So whoever's at this microphone, or that microphone. Go ahead.
Yes, I was wondering if the school board is aware of any problems with the schools that need to be taken care of, and referencing life safety violations, environmental concerns as to parts of the building that need to be renovated, the security within all of the schools, and the electrical problems.
Who on the school board wants to? I need your name and
Oh,
address.
Dave Cook, 15 Laurel Drive.
Who on the school board wants to?
I can. Yeah, we are aware of that. It's on a list of what we view as we call it minimum features to fix at the school, something along those lines that we're working towards. In fact, later today, later in the meeting, we'll be having another warrant article to put additional funds aside for the elementary school areas that need to be fixed.
So what you're telling me, if I understand what you're saying, is you're putting the luxury of having a brand new field above life safety codes, environmental problems, security within the buildings, and the electrical problems that you may know of. Is that right?
We're allocating the money as discussed.
You're not answering my question,
Well,
sir.
All right. I think you've got the answer, David, so I'm going to move on to the next. Okay. Hey, we're going to be respectful here, and if you want to be heard on a subject, you're going to go to the microphone, and you're going to identify yourself and your address, and we'll be glad to hear whatever it is you have to say. Yes, ma'am.
Shannon Rhodes, 28 Bellevue Drive. If the last 2 years have taught me anything, is teachers are not paid enough. Yes, we want us as people, as residents, to come to Bow, but if our teachers are underpaid, underappreciated, we put in a turf field when, yeah, maybe as a lawyer, you think they make enough, but they do not. They do not make enough. The field has a water supply. Can I ask where that water supply is coming from if we choose to give our children lead in their water?
Is that a question, ma'am?
Yes, where is this water supply coming from that's going to be healthy for the field, but our students, not so much?
Anybody on the board want to answer that question?
What water?
Where's the water supply for the field coming from?
The water supply will come from the current water that is connecting the water systems between the two schools.
So we're going to give visitors lead too, yes?
Well,
There is no lead in our school
There-
supply. It has been tested repeatedly.
There's
Water in Bow,
safe amounts.
water in Bow is a limiting factor for development. my buddy who is a water guy, you just live on a very bad place to drill wells. You all know that. You have to treat it in your own homes. But we have tested the water repeatedly at school. It is within limits.
So we're paying money to install a bad water supply?
No water.
We're expanding on the water, is what you're saying. We're taking a bad water and making more bad water. Yes? It's the same water supply then. So anyways, I will move on. Have we gotten any other bids? I appreciate that we have companies that are willing to help, but I would like to see when we spend $3 million, what are other companies doing? We've talked to one turf field. We've talked to one construction company. How many have we gotten bids for $3 million?
We've had.
I would appreciate it if we could avoid the cheering and the clapping. Let's try to, be respectful to everybody.
We've received 2 bids, and we're told that after this gets approved by the community, if it does, then we will go to what's called the bid board. And at that point, we'll bid again to see if it can get a better offer than what we presently have.
Okay, so my last question is, as someone who is not a teacher, and as someone who you could not pay me enough to be a teacher, putting in a 3 million turf field is like getting the CEO gets a brand new luxury plane when the teachers get no raises and no sufficient raises, not even cost of living. Like, we really need to put our priorities properly. Thank you.
This microphone, please, your name and your address.
My name is John Karen. I live at 24 Putney Road in Bow. This is my normal voice. My good friends call me the Godfather. So in my comments, be aware. I am also an elected member of the Board of Trustees. Over a year ago, I went to the selectmen pointing out to them that our savings across the board had been declining. The highest point that I remember is $8 million in trust funds. The town of Bow, across the board, has done a very good job. This year, as of my last reading, we're below 5 million. We've been averaging around 7 to 7.5. I'm not going to comment on this project. I will say this. I've been living here for 18 years, participated in the school, sports, all kinds of things. We've been on every field. I often heard the comment, gee, I wish we had a turf field. But that was the end of the seriousness. None of them, I believe, would look at $2 to $3 million and say, great, we can work on grass. Secondly, I want to get back to the savings portion. As I studied this program, and this is about a budget, so I came here to speak to it. The town itself is holding its own on savings. Each and every year, what they buy, they replace in trust funds and in capital offsets. The people who are not doing that, the school board. We have dropped considerably from funds that we've had for years and continue to get. And now with these budget arrangements, we will drop down to near zero. So I'm asking you, you have major repairs or refurbishment of the elementary school, safety habits and such. I haven't heard a word about planning. One of the things COVID has done is mess us up with being able to participate in the CIP plan. We will be there from now on to get a handle on and tell you what we need money for. And if you don't think it's serious, we earn about 1.5% every year.
That's 3 minutes.
I understand that, sir, but could I ask as an elected official to get one more?
Sure.
Thank you. Thank the Godfather.
One more minute.
All right, I'm moving. We need you to think about the big projects that are coming up. School, elementary school. And what saddened me most at the bonding meeting was that all the repairs we made may not be applicable to the new or renovated elementary school. You've got to start looking at the future again. We make money from it. We provide police cars from it, or a fire truck. All of those things work because you save, the town saves. And that's all I can tell you. Please take my word. And if anybody wants me to comment technically, that's fine. One word of advice: federal government over the last 16 months has invested $1.6 trillion. Are you ready? In mortgage-based securities.
Okay, that's
I'm
an
done.
additional minute. Madam, your name and address?
Hi, my name is Beth Sloat, and I live at 4 Longview Drive. And I have either volunteered in the school district, I've worked in the school district at the middle school, and now I'm at a different district. And the $400,000 that we're getting from Dunbarton could go a long way to improving the school system, not a turf field. It's a vanity project. The water at the middle school is undrinkable. It is undrinkable. It can be used for washing dishes, but it's not drinkable by any of the students or the faculty. I forgot my water bottle one day. Let me tell you, I never made that mistake again. We need to figure out what's going on with the water so our students can have safe drinking water that doesn't taste disgusting. There's something going on. I know it's been tested, but we need to look into that. The $400,000 could go a long way to fixing the elementary school. We don't need a turf field. You could take the field, put in a nice track, put in a nice grass field. I'd vote for a grass field with a nice track. That would be probably, I don't know. It would be way less than this. The safety building was only a little bit more than this. And that is more important to us than a turf field. Fix the schools, don't build a field.
This microphone.
Sorry. Yes, I'm Tom Raffio. I live on 57 Bog Road. I was one of those, sorry about that. I'm one of those folks that moved up to Bow over about 20 years ago to get my kids to the high school. All my kids are long since gone. They're successful adults, as Dean has described. I am so excited about this project. Again, my kids aren't going to profit from it. They're long gone. For this group of board members to, in this short time, come up with the answer to a need. It's not vanity. I'm just amazed in a positive way. I've been cycling through various parents since about 2005 who come in and want to do the turf field, and then their kids graduate and then they lose interest. So this has been going on, has been referenced for about 20 years. And to get to this point now with minimal impact on taxpayers, I pay as much taxes as anybody, to get to this point where there's minimal impact on taxes and so many offsets, to put it all together, the time is now. In the spirit of transparency, I'm also the chair of the Bow School Foundation. So we've spent a lot of time on this incarnation of the project, as well as many more. And I can tell you that it's extremely cost effective. It's far from vanity. I came up from Bedford, and I can tell you, and I tried to work there for many years for high school and turf field. And finally, we just moved up here. But when I go back to see those people, they all say it was the best thing we ever did. Best thing we ever did, and we wish we had done it a lot sooner. The time is now to get this done. You have a wonderful board that has come up with this, really creative solution with all these offsets. We've been at this for 20 years. The time is now. And so sometimes I know the question came up, well, why haven't we been planning on it with the CIP? Well, sometimes you have to seize the moment. You have the intersection of opportunity and assets is what we're talking about here. So I hope we do this. You have all of these other players, BAC, BCF, BYF, Audley, Cooper, Dunbarton funds. It's all here. And that may not be the case the next time this comes to the vote. So I believe, having been at this for 20 years, and again, my kids aren't going to benefit from this, that now is the time. The other point, it's very significant that it's community field. All of you as adults, there'll be July 4th events. All of these things can happen on a turf field, which cannot happen on a grass field. So we want a learning community. We want a community center. You have it. And what a shame it would be if we don't seize the moment now. So I urge you all to vote both for the blue and orange. And I will tell you, it's very much as was described about the original high school here. It's functional. It's not vanity. Both blue and orange are just basically functional, and that's what we need. And it will bring us all together. And 2 or 3 years from now, I want everybody to come up to me and say,
That's 3 minutes.
I'm concluding
Yep.
with, you were right. This was the right project to do. Thank you.
Thank you. This microphone. Name
Hi.
and address.
Don Berube, 135 River Road. As much as I think a turf field would be wonderful in town, especially right here at the high school for the high school students, as I look at this plan, I don't think it's a good plan. You know, one is it's a 10-minute walk. It's a little over 3,000 feet, which is a little over half a mile. It's also 60 to 80 feet in elevation. Our locker rooms are here for the high school. The turf field main purpose would be high school games. I think that if we were going to have turf, would be our premier field. I know we got nice grass there. You know, you can cut sod off a field and move it. We did that when we built our store. We got beautiful grass. We had to, in our addition, we were able to. I was amazed when our landscaper said we could do that. They cut the turf off. We ran our water lines. We put the turf back. The other piece is our elementary school needs work. If we have $400,000 that Dunbarton owes us, well, there was a plan why they owe us the money. It was to put into the schools. The time is now to get our schools fixed. I would love to see a good savings plan. I would love to have Friday night lights right out here on our premier field where we have better parking. We have a scoreboard. We have bathrooms there. You know, we may need to renovate them. We may need to do some more work on the outside. I'm not sure what we'd have to do with the track, if it'd have to get redone or what, but it would be a much better plan to see, and I'm sure it could be done reasonably because many of stuff is there to have our premier field in front of our high school. The other thing, turf fields aren't for recess. They just aren't. They're for playing sports on. They're not for rolling around on. If you've ever been on a turf field, walked on it for more than about 10 steps, you got little black balls in your shoes. I don't know what kind of damage little kids would do rolling around, playing, moving the media that's in there, you know, the day before the big game. It does not sound like a good idea for recess. Good selling point on Wi-Fi in an elementary school pickup loop, though. I like that in that presentation. But we're gonna get a cell tower, so you'll be able to work on your phone. I urge the school board and all the sports in town to work on a good plan to get our premier field that we have turf and lights. I would love to have Friday night lights. Well, you know, when we do that with loud generators, it's the biggest gathering I've ever seen in town. You know, we put a couple thousand people here for a Friday night football game. You can't do that a lot without a turf field. But where you want to put the turf field isn't a spot. It isn't an elementary school, middle school spot. It's a high school thing. And the distance away from it is just doesn't make sense to me.
That's 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
This microphone.
Hello, my name is Kyle Fellers. I live on Crockett Drive in Bow. I have 2 kids in the school district, one in the middle school, one in the high school. Both are active participants in the Bow Youth Program. baseball, soccer. So essentially, a vote yes would be very beneficial for me and my family, so I will abstain from the vote. But I do have some comments. With all due respect to the board, they have come to us with another idea to spend money that we do not possess. We can all appreciate their good intentions, but we all know where these paths lead. The school community and system has much more important priorities that need to be addressed before more money is borrowed against future years. Here are just a few examples. Now, a few people have already mentioned some major ones. The water issue, I feel, is kind of important. I also understand we have a new HVAC system that was paid for recently and installed. That's a question.
Correct.
Is it running?
Yep.
It's running. Perfect. That's a good thing. We all know how important an HVAC system is, especially during heightened COVID concerns when our children were forced to wear masks 8 hours a day. Another issue, I hear the high school roof is leaking. Is that still the case, or am I incorrect on that?
We have one issue right now. It's been a reoccurring issue that we have over the band wing right over here. So our plan is to address that this summer. We've tried to patch it. We've tried to track the leak and stuff. We haven't been able to address it. So we're going to re-roof that small section this summer.
Is there any like mold damage or issues like that?
Not that we're aware of it, but until you go down to the deck, you'll find out if there's any issues and if we have to redo the deck or anything like that. Our plan is just to re-roof it right now, like we did the elementary school.
Do we have the necessary funds, or is it something
We're going to
we
pay
have borrow?
for that out of our maintenance budget. We've been saving money all year to address that this summer.
Perfect. And then I don't know if anyone else has noticed the parking lot situation, but it appears we have Appalachian-sized rock formations protruding under the 20-year pavement. So I'm afraid that we might lose a student in some of these mammoth devouring potholes that we all must navigate around. But have we received an estimate on when it would be, what it would take to resurface or even replace the parking lots?
To my knowledge, no.
So these are just a few more examples. I mean, obviously others have mentioned some more. So again, I just like to reiterate, my children would be greatly benefited with the passing of this turf field. They both participate in the sports program, and I'll probably get hazed at the first baseball practice I attend on Monday. But I do understand that the current infrastructure is there's issues. And, it probably needs a healthy dose of investment. And this is the current field system that we have, obviously. I've played on them. I've seen them.
You've used your 3 minutes, so if
Okay.
you could wrap it up.
Yeah, but in my opinion, the town has much higher priorities at this point. But thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Hi, Erica Johnson, 22 Longview Drive. So I wanted to start by saying that I feel as a board, presenting some information to the entire town requires unbiased, unilateral information delivery. And I feel like the presentation that was just presented to us here and then on the town website was not unilateral. It was not unbiased. There were many occurrences, especially in the contraindications for where there was a minimization of the effects and the impacts on the local community, such as the one time it said, or actually the two occurrences where it said minimal impact for sound and light to the neighbors. How can you, if you have a large state championship game, how can you say that the neighbors aren't going to be impacted by the noise? It just, when you're presenting something, it should be unbiased. That being said, this article and the presentation that we just saw are not consistent. This article right here reads that $2.4 million and $600,000 for Article 3, and the presentation that we just saw totaled $3.3 million. So where is the lack of information? Where's the lack of consistency? And where does that growth go as this project continues? If Audley is willing to do the work to replace the field, why could we not approach them to see if they would be willing to repair the field as it stands as a turf field? because we certainly could put down new drainage material, which is obviously an issue. I don't know how we're even going to get past New Hampshire DES for all of the water. As you can see in the picture that you posted, it's surrounded by cattails, and there's a stream that constantly flows throughout the entire spring season there. So, and all of the rubber beads that sit in the turf when that field does flood in the spring will then move into that moving body of water, which will then come down to Turry Pond. But anyways, if we could re-gravel, lay that field so it could actually be a functional field, why wouldn't we approach Audley about having it be a turf field, which has significantly lower impact on human bodies anyways? Nobody's brought up the scientific studies that show that soccer players who play on turf fields have an 89% higher occurrence of ACL injuries than on a turf field or on a artificial turf field versus a grass field. The inconsistencies in what we're seeing here for information delivery is just, it doesn't allow us to make a proper decision. So last thing I want to address with that presentation is the conflict of information between saying that it would be accessible to the community and then also saying that we would be able to get, what, $75,000 in rentals all summer long. I calculated that out quickly, and it looked like about $175 per hour would be about 10 hours of use a day. Is that where you calculated it out?
My recollection was Friday at 5 o'clock till say 10 o'clock on a Friday, and Saturday 7 a.m. to 10, and Sunday 7 a.m. to 10, something like that, on 8 weekends. And my recollection was it came out to about $49,000.
So that makes the community use pretty minimal.
Yeah, ma'am, you're at your 3 minutes plus, so if you could wrap it up.
All right, just a lot of food to think about here, and the presentation could have been done in a way that we all could have had the information on all sides.
Thank you. This microphone.
Bruce Marshall, 12 Sharon Drive, Bow. First, want to thank Bryce Larrabee for spearheading this to get it back in the eyes of the public. Appreciate it. However, there's a reason the Budget Committee voted it down 4-2. It's the wrong time and it's a wrong location. A lot of you may know I've been associated with Bow Youth Football since it started. When we started that, this school board, as it was comprised back then in the town, wouldn't let Bow Youth Football even practice on a field. So we went down to PSNH. They were kind enough to let us go out there and regraded ourselves. My tractor was down there redoing it, so we had a place to practice. We finally got the opportunity to use the high school field for games. We went down, a bunch of us volunteered to build that press box at no cost to the town. We built the bleacher stands on the other side of the premier field. At that same time, when we were trying to get money from the school board, we were being told by the school board it's ridiculous to be spending money on that type of stuff for the athletic field when we had all this stuff to do with the elementary and the middle schools. But we went ahead and did it at no cost to the town. At that same time, the same gentleman, Mr. White, who been given some prices to Bryce for turf field, was going to come put a turf field at the high school because the substructure's all there for $600,000. That was about 12 years ago. The school board said, absolutely not. They are not even going to consider it because of what needed to take place at the elementary and middle school. Now, all of a sudden, because there was a counting error by Bo and Dunbarton owes us $400,000, suddenly this is the right time to do it. Bryce, I'm kind of taken aback. You came to the select board with a presentation, and in your $3 million, you had $700,000 that I asked, what's that for? That was miscellaneous, possible sewer expenses, possible water expenses, and then you threw in equipment. $700,000 of this bond money you guys are looking for. I'm on the budget committee. Budget committee, but also on the building committee. Jennifer's gone to some meetings with us. Your own maintenance person, Jamie, tells us this roof's leaking so bad at the high school. He thinks there's mold. He thinks there's to the point where it's going to be structural rot. And he tells us it's $1 million to get that roof fixed. He also tells us at the middle school, there's over $2 million worth of work that should have happened yesterday with respect to HVAC and electrical. So don't tell the taxpayer, oh, this is only going to cost 44 cents or $44, because that's not it. It's taken away from money to fix this roof, because you're going to come back to us next year and say, we need all this extra money. It's not just the roof leaking, just leaking over band. According to Jamie, this roof needs to be replaced. So I just want the public to be informed as to what expenses we have coming. Also, this is all based on the town voting to not renew the Dunbarton contract, but enter into a 15-year contract instead of a 10-year contract, because you're getting a big chunk of money from Dunbarton to pay for this. So that's a pretty big presumption on your part. You've told us all along in your presentations that, well, Hollis Brookline is similar to that. Well, if we're so similar to Hollis, why isn't our 21-22 school budget 26 million like theirs is? Why is ours in the 30-something million? Apples and oranges. And the approach you're taking, as far as what you've represented to us so far, both the budget, planning board, and select board, you haven't designed anything. You have conceptual plans. Nothing's been designed. Nothing's been dug in the ground. You haven't addressed parking.
You've used your 3 minutes, so if you could wrap it up.
Absolutely. Thank you. You haven't addressed access. Dean's been telling us the access to the elementary and middle schools are unsafe for years. You guys have been telling us we need to change the access out here at the high school for years. And suddenly we're going to have Massachusetts come up in the summer and have all these events on an access that we need to fix before we fix it. I'm sorry, but it's not the right time and not the right location. Thanks.
At this microphone?
Hi, Melanie Klunk, 16 Briarwood Drive. I just have a couple of things that I'd like to point out and ask about. So I don't know how this is going to go, how we're going to vote. I do appreciate, I have 2 out of 3 kids that love to play sports. And I do understand that some of the fields are in kind of rough shape and we need some more fields. I do have concerns, however, with the environmental impact of turf fields. So when you have turf fields, the water can't, it really can't get with the groundwater. We don't have, well, you get some, but you also have issues where the insects that would normally live in that grass die. That also affects the wildlife around that would live off that. So there's also the issue of, now I think Bryce, you said that you guys would be using a more ecologically sound base to it, right? So there's 2 different there's different bases that you can have. One of them are the tires that are cut up really small, which the gentleman before was talking about, that the little black things, that the little black circles or whatever. So those actually have PFOS, so we definitely don't want to have those in our groundwater. But if you do use sand or other ways to give more of a cushion, right? The problem with that is that those are very light. And when you have rain or whatever else, those can be kind of washed away. So then there's basic maintenance that has to be kept up because it does change. It doesn't stay completely flat when that base is kind of runs away. So my question is have we talked to that turf field and see what would be the basic maintenance for keeping up with when things like that happen? If we're using the sand, I'm assuming we wouldn't use the other kind that's really not good for our water system. Another issue is my research showed, and it could be completely wrong, but that most turf fields last 8 to 12 years. And then there's no real recycling program for this plastic because it is plastic. And a lot of them are just abandoned in different places, like out in the woods or whatever. They're found and they're not decaying because they're not being recycled because there's no local plant to recycle it. So these, I think, as we want to live more intentionally as a community, that we have to also think about these different aspects of how we can live in peace with our environment. Um, I think those are the big things for me. And then the other thing is my research also shows that injuries are, it's statistically significant, the amount of injuries that happen on turf field versus grass. So those are a couple of my worries that I'd like to understand a little bit more about.
This microphone here. Thank you.
Hi, Jonathan Petrangelo, 5 Whittier Drive. So I think we have an obligation to be financially responsible. And I would just like to call attention to a couple of points. So reference to the summary of capital improvement projects. In 2024, 2025, the Parks and Recreation improvements goes negative by $30,000. In 2025, 2026, it goes negative to $65,900. If we flip the page and look at the athletic funds, athletic fields and the facilities, in there is $1.2 million that's planned for the year of 2026, 2027 for the high school track and the high school football field. My question is, did you review that obligation that we've already defined in the capital improvement plan when you're taking into consideration this turf field? By the way, I have 3 daughters under the age of 8. I would by far be, beneficial to having a turf field. I agree there is turf. There is an issue with the current field conditions, but I think the issue here is we're overcommitting ourselves and not looking forward to the potential impacts that we have for capital reserves in the future. You said in the presentation that there's $50,000 in the current capital reserve fund. There's $49,000 in there, but in nowhere is there planning for a turf field. Additionally, you say that the cost to have to resurface that field in the future is an additional amount. Again, that is nowhere in the capital investment plan. The purpose of that committee is to plan for projects over the amount of $25,000. Again, this has been an issue for years. So I agree, we need to take account of the condition of the current fields, but let's plan for it. So I would just like to end on addressing my question. When you put this plan together, did you take into account those costs that are planned out in the future that we go negative and we don't have the funds for those?
We didn't look at the rec department, no, because that was on the town side. So we are looking at it from the school side. So did we look at that piece of it when we were putting together this package? We did not.
Are the fields for the high school not part of the school budget?
They are part of it, but you are referencing the CIP and the Bow Rec department, which is different. Those fields are different than the school fields.
No, under the summary of improvement projects for the school district.
Okay, sorry, you had mentioned
$1.2 million is in there for the track and the high school football field. 1.2 million. We don't have the funds for it right now.
You have used your 3 minutes. Thank you. Anybody have an answer that they want to beyond what's already been given?
Was it looked at as part of this whole package? It was not, sir.
Someone has shouted out, call the vote. If you want to call the vote, you need to make a motion, you need to get a second, and we need to vote on it. So who has made the motion? Do you identify yourself? Matt Poulin. Okay. And Jeff Knight. Okay. Under our rules, even if we move to pass the motion, if you're already at the microphone, you're going to have an opportunity to be heard before we would vote on this motion. So Anybody want to be heard on the motion to call the vote? Hearing no one, I need my moderators at this point. Are you up and around? Okay. All those in favor of calling the motion, calling the vote, please raise your hand.
Yep, we're ready to
Uh,
vote.
I think in this room, it's pretty unanimous. We don't. Carol? Can you hear me? What's the vote over there on?
Who's left at the microphone?
Okay, thank you. All right, so there's one person at this microphone. If you're lined up to speak, would you raise your hand? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, so we have 6 more people and then we vote. Ma'am?
Hi, my name is Kristen Lewis. I'm at 15 Timmins Road, right up there. And I just wanted to ask about the environmental impact as far as land clearage. How much more land do you have to clear to fit the bleachers in the field? And do we have any information on, because the forest abuts that and it is all wetlands and vernal pools back there. And I was wondering if that's also been budgeted as far as the clearing and the fact that there are all wetlands back behind there.
The only clearing would be essentially where the middle school baseball field is. It kind of cuts out right there where there's like some football equipment. Through there would be a road essentially wide enough to get construction equipment into the facility to do all the work, and that'd be it. There wouldn't be
That'd
any
be it?
other clearing.
None into the forest? As far
Correct.
As, okay, thank you.
Over here.
My name is Ryan Joy. I do not live here in town, but I've been invited by several people in this room to speak on behalf of this and would like permission to speak briefly.
Well, do you have any particular expertise that you can offer since you're a non-voter?
I am the Director of Operations for New Hampshire Soccer Association, which is the largest youth sport organization in the state of New Hampshire. I have also run several leagues. I am a coach at Plymouth State University, and I have overseen several projects, including speaking at the planning board meetings for the New Hampshire Sports Dome project in Hooksett. I can continue if you want more credentials.
I'm gonna give you 1 minute, if you would.
I will limit and I will make my statement much shorter than. Thank you very much for your time.
Yep, go ahead.
As mentioned, my name is Ryan Joy. I'm the Director of Operations for New Hampshire Soccer Association. In my opinion, this decision is not whether or not a turf field will benefit the Bow community. This is a no-brainer because a turf field brought into this town will no question be an immediate asset, and there really isn't a single negative by taking this project on. This decision is more whether the overwhelming benefits of having a turf field in your town outweigh the temporary inconveniences that are perceived by some of those who are against this moving forward. To be frank, it is normal for some people to say no because what they are really saying no to is change. We as human beings are inherently resistant to change. And the fact that there are a few naysayers here is natural, and I can hear you all. However, what they're also saying no to are the benefits, which are increased opportunities for members of this community to live healthy and active lifestyles. No to the immediate growth potential for every single youth competitive and recreational program in this community, which Bow Athletic Club and Bow Soccer are a part of this
Let's
league.
be quiet. I've got a clock going. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And also, people are saying no to the enrichment of the youth of this community. I get it. If I found out in my last 2 sentences,
Please wrap it up.
if I had a YMCA built behind where I live, I would not be happy about it up front. But I can tell you that while I might be disinterested in the loud noises during the construction phase, I'd be the first to step into that and swim on Tuesday and Thursday afternoons and have my children sign up for every single program once that thing is built.
Thank you.
In short, this is a benefit for your entire community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Next.
That's a tough one to follow. Lisa Cohen, 104 Brown Hill Road. Anybody who is here on Wednesday knows what I'm about to say. Please stop spending our money. I already have to give the town $15 extra because of the tax upon a tax on the registration of cars that was passed. Thank you very much for all the cell tower people who left, who I was hoping would vote against it. Also, based on everything that's been said about these fields, or this particular field, it kept being called a community field, a community field. I thought it was going to be on the warrant at town meeting. That's how much I thought it was a town item, not a school item. Knowing it's a school item, my daughter's a junior in high school. She's my one and only. She's leaving in another year and a half, I'm sad to say. She's not an athlete, not in school sports. One of her friends was upset because the new turf field where it's placed would cut out some of the cross-country track pathway. I don't know about that. I'm just saying what she said. And just the money, please, come on. We just paid almost $6 a gallon for fuel oil. At the pumps, it's up getting close to $5 a gallon. People in town, we're already paying some of the highest taxes in the state, as much as we love the town. Please stop, just please stop spending my money. Just stop, it's your money. Stop raising our taxes, stop. Thank you.
Hi, John Giannetti, 79 White Rock Hill Road. We came to Bow over 25 years ago for the high school. We came for the academics. It just so happened my kids played varsity sports. This is a great project, but it's horrific timing. I'll echo what women said before me. There's also a lot of people in town on fixed income. There's a lot of question marks that came up tonight. It's well known the school needs a ton of work. I coached Little League, softball, hardball in this town forever on horrific fields in horrible weather, frostbitten toes, pulling stones out of your shoes. It'd be great to have it. This is just not the time for it. Between what's going on in the world, what's going on in taxes, inflation, recession, I don't need to get into that. So let's take a break. Let's fix the school. People will come to town for that, not because their kid's gonna play soccer on a turf field or an artificial field. Thank you.
Gil Rogers, Jonathan Lane. I believe that we should have built a turf field when we built this school. It should be right out there. Unfortunately, that didn't happen, but when it does happen, I believe that is the correct location. One of the issues is the question of parking. Now, if we want it to be a success, there's a 700-seat set of bleachers proposed. So assuming 2 people per car, worst case scenario, that's 350 spaces you need. And that rule of thumb is 100 cars per acre. So you need 3.5 acres to park the folks that just in the bleachers, not everyone else that would be coming. So I think you need to build that into the plan somehow to show that how you're going to make it accessible, how you're going to get the traffic in and out, things of that nature. So those are details, but I think they're important. So please take that into consideration when we finally do get to build the field. Thank you.
Yes.
Hi, Judson Malone, 7 Audley Divide. I'll start with a little bit of brevity first, or levity, I should say. So I live on Audley Divide, and the Audley family is offering to help build this facility. So I really owe a lot to the Audley family, it seems. And then there was an attendance question for the schools. I'm really doing my part. I've got 4 kids. You're welcome. And I just want to say that we don't have currently enough fields here for all of our children to play on. There is a constant discussion happening over field time, how we handle all these sports. This particular field offers opportunities. It's the equivalent of adding 2 extra fields. And the 3rd field that we keep talking about, my kids have never played on, never had the opportunity to play on. I don't know. I didn't even really know it existed for quite some time. That's how little use it gets currently. So I do want to thank the board for bringing this to us. I want to thank Bryce for spending so much of his personal time on this. The BAC for putting a lot of time and effort into this, volunteering additional time to the community. The fact that people don't believe this is a community project is a little disheartening. This is your community, and your community is volunteering their time to make this happen. And then the other thing, I thought Dr. Kiskaden made a nice analogy to the school. The school, a lot of people, I wasn't here for it. I'm young-ish, and my oldest is 12. So I wasn't here for it. I understand there was a lot of kerfuffle about the amount of time and money that was put into this school, and it wasn't appreciated at the time. Here we are all benefiting from that now. Let's look to the future and what we can benefit on with this field that we're all going to vote yes on. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So here's the plan. We're going to have 2 ballot boxes up here and 2 ballot boxes out in the hallway. I need my moderators up here, and if you're assigned to the ballot box, I would like you to come up. Please take your time. Let's not, we have an hour. We have to, to keep these votes open anyway. When you come up, a supervisor will mark your wristband, and a assistant moderator will take your ballot. Please wait until we have the people up here that we need to have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. Thanks. Yeah, appreciate that. Thanks.
We need to wait until we have some movement. Just as a reminder to everybody, this is the way up, that's the way down. So you cannot go up to the stage from this side. Yeah.
No surprise. We know those customers.
I haven't. Hi. Nice to meet you. I've heard a lot of good things about you.
Historically, that money is just accumulated like $20,000 a year. So when there's really random stuff, and the athletic director will say, we need to fence on this back lot, let's use it like pay something. So otherwise, it's just kind of, he is on a big budget, his budget's like $500,000. So most everything just goes in there naturally. But historically, there's some aspects of the scoreboard or something else. So I can tell you right now, if this doesn't pass, I'll advocate for these guys to fix this. It's all irrigation. All these schools without irrigation. It's the same thing here. You have to, you got a well, it all starts with water, right? You got to do that. I would agree. I would think it's always going to spend. Doesn't necessarily have to, but it always has.
Don't you worry, we'll find a way to spend Hi, how are you? Welcome. I'm Jennifer. Nice to meet
Damn, man. We have answers. We have the state of the art facility. Take that. I didn't know that. That's what they tell us. Yeah. That's what they tell us. Technologically advanced. So I'm glad you're comfortable. Whatever you do, it's a offset. Stick around so you get the cost of the ball. Should be the same.
Right.
Never did an excellent before.
I've got this hour.
Sorry, this is normally not our town. Like,
I sorry, man, I apologize for telling you, I don't know what the story is. This town talking about. Yeah. Seemed odd to me.
I worked with your wife and I love her. Yes. She is awesome. She had to go PJ today. We worked through. I know she's been struggling a little. I've been like trying to mess with her a little bit. Jenna. Okay, yeah. Yeah. She's doing amazing, but I'm just trying to get her to believe that. Yeah. I keep telling her that, and actually, you are doing awesome. She's like, but she is. I know. It's hard, especially when she's like such a perfectionist like you tell. Yeah. 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 It's a great. Yeah. Yeah. When you say your name, I mean, I knew you were thinking about the soccer.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't know that I don't want to run the risk.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Stop taking my money.
well, we have 4 through 10. But the rest of it are budgets next. Well,
Yeah. Is he the one with the walker? Last my town meeting on Wednesday, somebody took his ballot for him. I don't know if he wants to do that. That's up to him. Hey.
Collecting athletic fees.
Yeah, nice to meet you too. Was it Don?
Hi.
Yeah, so warrant article doesn't pass. You're welcome.
I don't think you can do that.
Great. No problem. But I'm kind of If anyone has to go to town meeting again, just say no.
Hey, so I talked to Rowan a lot at the clinic on Sunday. Did he have a tough year last year?
Yeah, he kind of wanted to play mid, but
Yeah.
he wasn't the shape wasn't a shape. And I acknowledge that he couldn't. And then they kind of had to play D. He was such a good team player.
Yeah.
It was thinking he would be doing something that's
Yeah.
so now like 4 weeks he's like
I had kind of heard that his experience was up and down, and so on. And then I didn't see him at the second one, but so I heard that after the first one, and then I didn't see him at the second one because you guys were just back from Florida. So when I saw him at the third one just last Sunday, I was like overly playful with him. I was like really busting his balls and giving him a hard time and being like almost like I get like a little especially attentive, like overly warm, like wondering if he'd had a bad experience, if I could add some positivity to some perceived negativity or something like that. But I'm gonna continue to do that, and I guess also discuss with him like where do you want to play and what do you want to do? Because if he doesn't want to play D, I would never.
I got a hot mic. That son of a bitch. I would never.
I just texted Dan and I said, I'm just realizing now that I'm going to be here all night. So
No. What do you need?
I said, Jack's voting on the trip now.
All right, well, just I'm focusing on this a little bit. So.
Hi, how are you? You came. You already voted? Are you going to stay for the
But
budget?
so I'm gonna make sure, like.
Hi, how are you? I hear Jen said about the budget.
But I'm not the authority.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. Just the Jake had 4 goals. Good thing he went. Oh. He doesn't really give me Yes, just when you were getting here, yeah.
Thank you. If I could have everybody's attention, I know that there are still some people voting out in the hall, and I know there's some people still voting here. But if everybody could start to move back to your seats, we'll take up a couple of warrant articles and help everyone get home earlier. We're all here for an hour by statute, if you want to know the results of the vote that was just taken. So if you would all move to your seats, please. We'll get started on some other warrant articles. All right, if everybody would get back to your seats. If one of my assistant moderators could tell me where we stand out in the hallway. How are we doing out in the hallway? We can encourage everybody to get back to their seats. We'll take up some more business. Get you all home a little earlier.
What are we doing now? Eight.
Are they still voting out there?
Oh, that's what 10.
All right, so as long as, so everybody understands what we're going to do. The ballot boxes are going to remain open. If there's somebody who hasn't voted, they can come up to the stage and they can vote. While the ballot boxes are still out in the hallway, they can go there. At some point, we're going to bring them all in here so we can do the count. But the ballot boxes will remain open. By my iPhone, we started the hour at 7:56. So we've got a little bit of time. I'm going to exercise my prerogatives as your moderator and move us to Article 8. I'm going to do that because it's some of the other articles, the operating budget and some of those things. There may be some folks who want to see what the outcome of this vote is before they act on it. So I thought we would take some of these other articles first. So if we could put Article 8 up, in order to deal with this article, we need someone to make a motion. Is there a second to the motion? Thank you. All right, Article 8, to see if the school district will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $56,965 to be added to the area school capital improvements, Dunbarton fees, capital reserve fund, established in March 2014, with this sum to come from the portion of tuition payments received in the 2022-2023 fiscal year that must be deposited in the capital reserve fund in accordance with the 2014 area agreement. This is a majority vote required. It is unanimously recommended by the school board and by the budget committee. And according to my notes, Martin, you're going to introduce this article for the school board.
All right, Dunbarton fees. So this is a capital improvement fee paid by Dunbarton to Bow as defined in our existing area agreement. This upcoming school year, Dunbarton will pay $295 per student they send to our schools. And each year, the fee is adjusted based on the consumer price index. So as things around us get more expensive, so will the fee. In the agreement, it's spelled out that the fee must be deposited into a non-lapsing capital reserve fund. And if this article does not get approved, those fees cannot be collected by Bow, and we have to return that money to Dunbarton, which means we lose that revenue. And there are predefined, there are negotiated provisions and definitions in that area agreement that spell out what can we use that money for. Next slide. Oh, that was actually the slide. All right, that's what I just said. Next slide. All right, those are some of the details about the Dunbarton fees. Okay, I'm slide. So the Capital Reserve Fund was created at the March 2014 annual meeting, and its first deposit was done in the subsequent year in 2015 during the annual meeting. As of December 31st of last year, the balance was just over $289,000. And the fees that are in that CRF can only be used for BMS projects or BHS projects, since the elementary school is not part of the area agreement. And the projects that this money could be used for have to be capital in nature. So they have to have a minimum lifespan of 15 years, a minimum value of $600,000, and Dunbarton's share has to be proportional to the student population percentage. Next slide. So yeah, that's it.
All right. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to this article? Harold, do you have anybody over there who wants to speak on this article?
No.
All right, this is not a ballot vote, so we're going to do it by a show of hands. I need my moderators to count for me. I am going to need a count in this case. So first, all those in favor of Article 3, please raise your hand. I mean, Article 8. Apologize, Article 8. You would keep your hand raised so I can get the count. Yep. You are. Yep. Carol, what is your yes vote over there?
I have 5 yes and 0 no from the cafeteria.
Excellent.
From the gym, 9 yes, 0 no.
Thank you. All right. All those opposed, please raise your hand. Is there somebody? I don't see. Okay, I don't have the tally, but I will, and I can assure you the vote passed. Okay. This brings us to Article 9. To see if this, oh, look, I guess first of all, we need a motion. Thank you. To see if the school district will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $56,000 to be added to the athletic fields and facilities capital reserve fund established in March 2016, with this sum to come from student activity fees collected during the 2022-2023 fiscal year and not from taxation. Majority vote required. This is unanimously recommended by the school board and the budget committee. And by my notes, Eric, you are?
Yes.
presenting this.
Yep, good. Next slide, please. This is for the Athletics Capital Reserve Fund. The Bow School Board in 2016 established a committee to study extracurricular fees charged to students at Bow High School. The recommendations are to continue charging fees for athletics at Bow High School with a proposed increase in fees from the current $50 per sport, $100 per ice hockey, to the proposed $100 per sport, $200 for ice hockey, $200 maximum cap per student, to deposit fees into the Capital Reserve Fund specific for athletic field and facilities improvements. This article continues the process of collecting fees and depositing them into the Capital Reserve Fund. The current balance in the athletic fields and facilities improvement Capital Reserve Fund as of December 31st, 2021 is $58,174.
All right. Is there anybody who wishes to be heard with regard to this Article 9? And you have to go to the microphone. There is someone at the microphone over here. Your name and address, please.
Wendy Gazaway, 3 Pheasant Drive. 2 questions. First of all, my understanding was that the increase was contingent or came about because of the turf field proposal and having those funds offset that field. Would the board still recommend having the doubling of fees if that was off the table? And my second question is, since this is going into a capital reserve account, why is hockey paying double than anybody else?
I can take that. The board already voted to increase this from $50 to $100. The article is about putting the money in a capital reserve fund. The hockey program is significantly more expensive than any other program by a long shot. Many schools charge $400 or $500 for their high school hockey programs. Bo just charges double.
Yes, sir.
Stephen Bleffin from 15 Hampshire Hills. Just wondering what the actual financial impact is passed on to the student. Is it actually doubling for each student, or is it coming out of current fees that are already assessed?
I don't know why I'm the guy talking about it, but it's currently $50 per student per sport. So if you play 2 sports, it's $100 a season. Now it'll be $100 per sport, $200 total if you play 2 sports. If you play 3 sports, it's still capped at the 2-sport limit.
Okay, so just to be clear, so I have 3 kids. So for me, it would cost me $300 or $150. I'm sorry.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Oh, for one season with 3 kids?
Yes. Yes. Thank you. I just want to understand it.
Okay. Anyone else wish to be heard? I see someone getting up. Are you on your way to the microphone? Yes, you are.
Shannon Rhodes, 28 Bellevue Drive. My quick question is, you boasted, we've had 2 people apply for waivers, with $50. Great. $100. How many waivers do you anticipate offsetting there?
I don't think we can know. But it's available if people have needs, then we support them.
So if 80% need waivers, are we really making money?
No, it seems unlikely that will occur.
That's hockey.
Anyone else? All right. My assistant moderator's ready? Okay. Again, I'm going to need the count. So all those in favor of Article 9, having a little trouble with this. Article 9, please raise your hand and keep it up until you're counted.
I have 5 yes and 0 no in the cafeteria.
Thank you. Carol, how about you?
I have 7 yes and 2 no.
Thank you.
just moderators in the mini gym.
How does it? Our arms are hurting. Thank you.
Did you get these folks? Thank you. You're middle, so you're 2, 55, 14. Okay. Once again, I can't tell you the exact number, but that's going to pass. But at any rate, let's take a tally of the no votes. Anyone voting no, please raise your hand. My assistant moderators want to get that count. Two and 2. 4. All right, I again, well, I don't have the totals, but I can tell you that it has passed. I will have the totals when I add it all up, but. All right. We have about 20 minutes to go to keep the ballot boxes open. So let's see if we can take up Article 10. If we could put that up, and do I have a motion on Article 10? Thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second. Article 10, to see if the school district will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $300,000 to be added to the existing Bow School District Buildings Construction Capital Reserve Fund established in March 1992, with this sum to come from general taxation, majority vote required. This is recommended unanimously by the school board and unanimously by the budget committee. Who wishes, I see people at the microphone. Name and address.
Mark Zerba, 8 Poor Richards Drive.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's
Presentation.
just one slide.
Martin.
It's just one slide. Next slide. All right. The Bow School District Buildings Capital Reserve Fund was established in 1992, and the purpose obviously is to, plan and save for renovations and additions to the elementary school, middle school. We used that fund last year to pay for the elementary school roof and HVAC project, and the funds in that CRF are earmarked for anything that we have to really do with the BES renovation and possible addition. Since we've used this fund last year for the 2 projects, as of December 31, 2021, there's a balance of just over $140,000 in that fund. So we recommend to add $300,000 to that.
I apologize, Martin.
That's okay.
Still Mark Zerba, 8 Poor Richards Drive.
I'm glad it hasn't changed.
also chair of the Budget Committee, and in our discussions about this article, we sort of recognize that the fund is much lower than it probably needs to be, and we were hoping to see what the outcome was on Article 2 and 3. And if that did not pass, then I would want to make a motion to increase the amount going into this capital reserve fund. So with that said, I'd like to make a motion to withhold the vote on this article until we know the results of Articles 2 and 3.
Is there a second to that motion? All right. So there's a motion to hold the vote on this article after the results of the vote on Articles 2 and 3 are known. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to that motion? All right. Seeing no one, if my assistant moderators are ready, all those in favor of waiting on the vote on this Article 10 until after the results of the ballot vote on Articles 2 and 3 are known, please raise your hand. Any results in the remote areas?
In the gym, 8 yes and 1 no.
Cafeteria? Is there any vote in the cafeteria?
Moderator.
Yes.
4 yeses in the mini gym and cafeteria combined.
Thank you. $17? Eric? Yeah, okay. All right, all those opposed to the motion? Okay. So the motion passes, and we will hold on Article 10 until after we have gotten the results on the Articles 2 and 3.
May I suggest Article 5 next?
Well, sure. Article 5. Is there a motion on Article 5? Is there a second? Okay. Article 5, to see if the school district will vote to approve. Does anybody need me to read these, or? You do need me to read it. Okay. To see if the school district will vote to approve the cost items included in the collective bargaining agreement reached between the Bow School Board and the Bow Education Association, which calls for the following increases in salaries and benefits at the current staffing levels over those paid in prior fiscal years. Fiscal year 2022-23 estimated increase $497,043. 2023-24 estimated increase 483,994. 2024-25, estimated increase 492,935. And further to raise and appropriate the sum of $497,043 for the 2022-23 fiscal year, such sum representing the additional costs attributable to the increase in salaries and benefits required by the new agreement over those that would be paid at the current staffing levels. Majority vote required, unanimously recommended by the school board, unanimously recommended by the budget committee. And my notes say, Bryce, that you're going to present on this article.
Thanks, Jack. You can do the next slide, please. So this is essentially what people think of as the teachers union. It's called the BEA. There's 150 members of the school district that are part of the BEA, and every 3 years is how typically the contract has been. It could be different years for different organizations, but generally speaking, these types of contracts are 3 years. This contract is now up. We negotiated this to come up with essentially a new contract. I guess I must have had a plant I put in here. Somebody out here said something about teachers need more money. So this is what's going to result is more money for the teachers and the staff. Essentially, the differences that really have happened from the past contract to this is COLA, a cost of living increase. We agreed to a 2% raise for the cost of living increase. And then teachers are also on what are called steps. And there's different steps. It's essentially like 14 different steps. So let's say you're fresh out of college, your first job, you'd be step 1. And if you continued on that path, you would go through 14 steps to the point where they're no longer steps and you're still teaching. So what we also agreed to was what we called an educator, an experienced educator step, which will give essentially a 2% raise to those that have fallen off that raise scale that they get once a year because they've gotten so many years where they no longer get that raise that the younger teachers are getting. A real benefit to the school district is that 3 years ago, we negotiated a significant savings in the health insurance plan we had. It's essentially now a high deductible plan. But 3 years ago when we negotiated that, we were not really in a position to tell a number of the folks in that union that they had to leave the plan that they had. Despite it being beneficial to both them and the school district, we didn't feel like we could essentially kick people off the plan that they wanted. There's not a lot of folks that are still on that plan, but part of the negotiation was to eliminate that as an option, which is agreed to by the union. And so that's actually a significant savings to the school district. And frankly, it's a real savings to the teachers as well, just the way it all works. You can go to the next slide, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. It's kind of hard because you don't have it in front of you all. Sorry. Well, I just talked about all that slide, so you can go to that. Two more slides, please.
Oh, back.
One back.
There we go.
There we go. This is it. So you can see up there the current range of scale of pay is essentially $40,000 to about $80,000. Under the new plan, the range is about $41,000 to about $83,000 is the range of pay. And you can see the impact that has across all those union members is about just under $500,000 for this school year.
Is there anyone who wishes to be heard on this article? I see a voter going to the microphone.
Hi, Lisa Cohen again, 104 Brown Hill. I just want to know, what is the tax impact, the per 100,000 or whatever you do?
You want me to do that? I can do that. 39 cents.
39 cents?
Yep.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone else wishes to be heard on this article? Okay. Seeing no one at the microphones. I don't see anybody at the mini gym. I'm assuming the remote areas have no one who wishes to be heard. Okay. All those in favor of this article, please raise your hand. And I need a count, so keep them up. As soon as the remote areas have a count, please let me know. You're breaking up. I can't hear you.
7 yeses for the cafeteria and mini gym.
Thank you. Thank you.
For the gym, 10 yes and 0 no.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Sue, I didn't get that. Thank you. And that's, thank you. Thank you. How many? 70? Okay. All right. All those opposed to the motion, please raise your hand. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. 1, 0. Okay. Subject to verification later on, the vote is 244 to 6, and the article passes. All right. So, time-wise. We have 7 more minutes. Shall we take up another article?
Sure, do 6.
Article 6. What is Article 6? Yep, Article 6. We could put that up. To see if the school district will vote to approve the cost items included in the collective bargaining agreement reached between the Bow School Board and the Bow Educational Support Staff, which calls for the following increases in salaries and benefits at the current staffing levels over those paid in the prior fiscal year. Fiscal year 2022-23 estimated increase $238,781. 2023-24 $73,835. 2024-25 $69,615. And further to raise and appropriate the sum of $238,781 for the 2022-23 fiscal year, such sum representing the additional costs attributable to the increase in salaries and benefits required by the new agreement over those that would be paid at current staffing levels. Majority vote required. This is unanimously recommended by your school board and by your budget committee. And according to my notes, Jenna is going to speak to us about this warrant article. We didn't move the motion, did we? All right. I'm going to get this straight. You wait and see. So we got a motion and a second. Okay. Now, Jenna.
Okay, so this is basically very similar to the BEA agreement, but it's for the Support Staff Association, which is called BESS. So it covers 73 educational aides, nursing assistants, speech assistants, library assistants, and technology assistants, and the secretaries. So again, we negotiated a 3-year contract. Our big goal was to address some of our kind of non-competitive wages and bring them up. We have open positions, and we realized our current wage range was $11.51 to $20.57. $20.57. Oh, you can go to the next slide. Yeah. Oh, wait, next one more. Okay. And so our new proposed wage range will go up from 1505 to 2119. And and we kind of simplified, there was a little bit of a complicated assistant wage schedule so we kind of just simplified it into one assistant wage schedule so that staff would be more clear on where they fit in and what they would be making. So we also did, next slide. We did the same with the health plan. It was the same situation. They had a choice of 2 different plans and we shifted them all to the newer plan, which will benefit us and them, as Bryce talked about. It saves us at that $1,897 in the first year. So that, next slide. So the average, the current year average wage is $25,231. In year 1, it will be $27,873. So the negotiated costs are as listed in year 1, 2, and 3. So for this year, it'll be $238,781.
All right. Is there anyone who wishes to be heard on this article? Seeing no one at the microphones? Oh, I see someone who wants to speak.
My name is Deborah MZ. I live at 609 Page Road in Bow. I've been a substitute teacher in Bow for 27 years. I'm just double checking if the subs are getting a raise because we've been making $90 a day for several years. And our salary is pretty low compared to surrounding towns of the same populations. So I just would like to know exactly what that is and let people, be aware that we haven't had a raise in several years. Thank you.
I know when we did the budget this year, we did put in for a raise for subs. Dwayne, do you know the exact?
Yeah, we changed that to 100, and if my memory serves me, it's 100, 120, I think is what we're doing. Because right now it starts at 75 and goes to 90. So the new 2 bands will be 100 and then 120. There's a separate sub rate for nurses. And then we have a long-term sub rate for people who are filling in for a teacher long-term. So, and that's in the proposed budget, Article 4.
Okay. Could I just ask a follow-up question and ask what the bus drivers make, please?
Yeah. So, hold on. So in the proposed budget, we have an increase for bus drivers to go to 118 a day. So that's if somebody drives both routes in the morning and both routes in the afternoon. 118? Did you get that? Yep. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to take a 30-second pause here. And then I'm going to declare the ballots closed. So is there anybody who has not voted yet on warrant articles 2 and 3? Seeing no one, I declare the vote closed. And if we could have the ballot boxes out in the hallway brought in so we can begin the counting. And while that's going on, since there is no one else who wants to be heard on Article 6, all those in favor of Article 6, please raise your hand.
yeses in the cafeteria and the mini gym.
Thank you. Carol, could you repeat that?
10 yes and 0 no.
19. All those opposed to the motion, please raise your hand. All those opposed? Zero? Eric? You have any vote? The article carries. All right. So I'm going to move on to another, well,
While that's being discussed, can I ask a quick question? Sorry, over here. Hi, Erica
you
Johnson.
can ask a point of order.
Perfect. I just wanted to see that previous slide in reference to insurance again. Sorry, things kind of got interrupted.
All right.
I'm just wondering how the support staff, which are making now $15 an hour, but previously $10 and change, how can they afford $3,000 deductible? I mean, they're making like $400, $470 a week before taxes and everything.
You know, it probably was, if somebody on the school board wants to answer that, I guess they can.
Yeah,
but
it's,
I mean,
it's not going to change anything. It's the
well,
insurance.
we've
plan
already,
that
the vote has been taken and approved, so.
right, but the health insurance plan wasn't just, I'm asking just as a concern
Well,
citizen.
if anybody on the board would like to try to respond to that question.
You want me to jump
I mean,
in?
that's obviously
All right,
was one of our big concerns too, was the pay that we were already giving them was so low. So that is why we tried to negotiate a higher salary rate for them. That's definitely a concern that we all had on the board and was something that we recognized that their pay was low. But
Dwayne, do you have specific?
Yeah, I think, one of the things about the plan that we offer, and it's now going to be offered for all employees, is it is a deductible plan on the framework of what's an HMO plan. So there are a lot of things like doctor's visits, if you went to the urgent care, where you just pay a copay. Prescription drugs is a copay-based system. So there are 4 things that are deductibles within that plan. You get admitted to the hospital overnight, any kind of lab work, any kind of imaging, or day surgery. There's also a list of preferred providers for those last 3 things. So if you go to a preferred site of service provider, you don't have a deductible expense because the financial benefit to the health insurance plan, there's cost-effective places where they're trying to have you go that still have good quality. So you can have deductible type expenses, but if you make good consumer decisions, those deductible expenses go away. So it's not like a true high deductible plan where everything that you do is a deductible expense. The other part to it is we have an integrated HRA to that plan where the employee is responsible for the first $1,000 of the deductible. The district is responsible for $1,001 to $3,000. So the maximum deductible exposure for the employee is $1,000 per person.
And will that be maintaining throughout the remainder of that contract? That's foreseeable future?
Yes. Yeah.
And then one last additional question, which is there a relief association for these employees if they can't swing that and they need medical care?
There's nothing in the contract that would do anything like that.
Okay, thank you.
All right. It's going to take about 15 minutes or so to finish counting the ballots from Articles 2 and 3. If you would like, we could take up Article 4, which is the operating budget for the school district. So, yeah. Well, we have a motion and a second to take up Article 4. So I will read Article 4. To see if the school district will vote to raise and appropriate the Budget Committee's recommended amount of $31,832,024 for support of schools, for the payment of salaries for the school district officials and agents, for the payment of statutory obligations of the district. This article does not include appropriations voted on in other warrant articles. This article does include the cost of the Bow School District Food Service Program. Majority vote is required, and it is unanimously recommended by the Budget Committee and by the school board. I mean, yeah, by both. So, according to my notes, Jennifer, this is yours.
Yes, thank you. Hello, and I want to first start off by thanking you all for being here this evening. I know it's been a really busy week for us all, and I appreciate you all coming out, and I just wanted to acknowledge that, so thank you. I also want to thank the school district staff, teachers, administrators, the school board, and the budget committee. Bringing a budget forward to the town is a very complicated and difficult process, and again, I appreciate all the time and effort that went into it. The relationship between the school board and the budget committee has continued to grow in a positive direction, and this greatly benefits our town as a whole. And I want to thank all who have served on all these different boards. It's been great collaborating with everyone. Next slide, please. Back.
Last slide.
Back.
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 Sorry.
Back. 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 Back.
Back. There it is.
Yeah.
Forward.
Forward.
Yes. So it's important to note that all involved with bringing this budget forward has agreed upon the budget that you are voting on this evening. Next slide, please. As you can see, this year's budget has an increase of roughly $518,000. The top three drivers of this increase are the wages, health insurance, and the reading and language art materials. These materials are for a new program that has recently been implemented to help better align curriculum across our three schools. It's also important to note that when we first saw this budget to where it is now, there's been a cut of $409,000. Next slide, please. Taking a look at our revenue, you can see this fiscal year, we see an increase of about $250,000 in revenue, but please note that this amount does not include any articles or our fund balance. Next slide, please. Now we're going to take a look at our fund balance this fiscal year. And as you can see by this slide, this year we see a decrease of about $860,000, much of which is due to COVID and unfilled open positions. This becomes a direct impact in the taxes that need to be raised. Next slide, please. This year, we see an increase of about $600,000 in our adequacy education grant, but we also see a decrease in our estimated statewide education property tax of about $630,000. So as you can see, this is almost a wash for us this year. Next slide, please.
One more. They're one behind you.
One more. One more, please. Oh, perfect. Stop. Thank you. So where does all of this leave us? You can see we have an increase of our operating budget, an increase of our local revenues, a decrease in our fund balance, an increase of our adequacy grants, and that leaves an increase of the total taxes to be raised of $532,473. This is an estimated change in our local rate of 41 cents, or 2.59% in our tax rate. Next slide, please. Before we vote on this budget, We want to show how Bow compares to other districts in the state. Overall, Bow's cost per pupil is competitive for the state, and we are pretty much in the middle of many of the districts in this in our state. Next slide, please. And Dr. C kind of touched upon this graph at the beginning, but it's important to know and look at how we have changed and kind of flipped the graph over the years, and why we used to have a higher cost per pupil rate compared to the state. We now have a lower cost per pupil rate compared to the state. And again, I have to applaud the work of the administrators, the board, and the budget committee, and I hope that we continue on this path. Next slide, please. Actually, that's the last slide. But I hope you can see that the schools, the board, the budget committee have all worked hard to bring forth a responsible budget while still providing a quality and meaningful education for our children. Thank you.
All right. I'm not seeing anyone at the microphones, so I'm assuming there is no one who wants to be heard. There is no one at the remote microphone. So I guess we'll vote. All those in favor of Article 4, please raise your hand. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. All right. All those opposed to Article 4, please raise your hand. Thank you. Thank you. Two. 1 and 4. 0 and 1 and 4. Okay. So the article passes. So it appears we have a result in Articles 2 and 3. I will announce those, and then we will move on to Article 10, which well, I thought we'd get Article 10 out of the way, and then we do the last ballot vote, which is Article 7. Okay.
Why would you do that?
So there were 536 voters checked in. There were a total of 527 votes counted. There was 154 yes votes, 373 no votes. The article needed 317 to pass, so the articles failed. That is Article 2.
There's no Article 3.
Article 3 is, yeah. And there is no reason to count Article 3, so we're not going to do that. So going back to Article 10,
No. Oh, no.
I'm going to, there's a person at the microphone. I'm going to deal with people at the microphone. Those are our rules. Yes,
Hi,
ma'am.
Tess Kenning, 7 Golden View Drive.
Right.
I'd like to offer a motion to restrict reconsideration. Is it necessary?
The ruling from the bench is that there's no need for a motion to restrict reconsideration. In order for this matter to be reconsidered, there would have to be a motion made and passed here, and then it would have to take place 7 days later.
Okay, thank you.
That's by statute. Okay. Well, you want to go to the microphone?
Alex Klingerman, Bobog Road, motion to reconsider Articles 2 and Article 3.
Okay. We need a second for the motion. And somebody want to second it? Does anyone want to second the motion? All right. Okay, you want to identify yourself? Thank you. So is there anyone who wants to speak on the motion to reconsider?
Chris Nicolopoulos, Buckingham Drive. We've been here all for several hours. We had a vote that was, I think, though I didn't get the numbers exactly, 25% in favor. We needed 60%. I think dragging out 534 people next week for the same vote is unnecessary. Thank you.
Anyone else who wishes to be heard on the motion? All right. This is a majority vote. Yeah. Seeing no one at the microphones, all those in favor of the motion to reconsider, please raise your hand. Thank you. What is the vote on the motion in the remote areas, the overflow areas? Carol?
0 yes and 9 no.
1 yes and 9 no?
No, 0 yes and 9 no.
Thank you. Cafeteria or mini gym?
It is 3 yes and 4 no.
Thank you. All those opposed? I'm not going to take account. I'm going to call it that the motion has failed. All right. So there won't be reconsideration. So that takes us to Article 10. And there's a gentleman at the microphone. I think he's been dying to talk about this. And I just want to know if he still has the same name.
Still Mark Zerba, 8 Poor Richards Drive. I wish to amend the amount in Article 10 to $500,000.
Okay. Is there a second to the motion to amend? So there is a second to the motion. The motion to amend is to increase the amount to be raised and appropriated for the Bow School District Buildings Construction Capital Reserve Fund from $300,000 to $500,000. Is everyone clear on what the motion to amend is? Okay. Does anybody want to be heard on the motion to amend? Mark, is that your name?
It is. That hasn't changed yet. It might, though, by the end of the night. I don't know. So as I mentioned earlier, I was chair of the budget committee this year. We had informal discussions about if Articles 2 and 3 didn't pass, about possibly increasing the amount of this article. We know in recent years we've had discussions about structural needs, primarily at the elementary school. This past summer, or last summer, they were able to replace the roof and HVAC out of existing capital reserve funds, which are nearly depleted at this point. It's not clear what the total price tag will be when the elementary school renovations eventually come back to us. Numbers that were bandied about, I guess, over the past couple of years, anywhere from $3 to maybe $10 million. So we know it's quite a bit. I would like to see us start to put more money aside for that eventuality, which is why, since Articles 2 and 3 did not pass, I'm proposing that we increase the amount. We're scheduled to get just about $200,000 from Dunbarton, which will essentially account for the increase. And then lastly, I just want to mention, we did not have a formal vote on this as a budget committee, so I'm presenting this as an individual. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris Nicolopoulos, Buckingham Drive. As a strong believer in the CIP and a resident who knows these schools need some improvements, I'm not opposed to the idea of raising it. But my hope was that we could find a way to do it with the money that was in the budget we just passed that was dedicated to payments on the proposed bond that just failed. I don't know exactly how we do it, but we just approved a $31 million budget that included payments for a bond that we don't need now. And so I don't know if we have to amend, if it would require us amending, reconsidering the budget vote to reduce that by 200,000, or if we could just have this amendment include those funds rather than raise 200,000 additional taxation.
I'm not sure you're correct in your assumption. Does anyone want to speak to that?
So the bond article was separate from the budget article. So none of the funding in the bond article was in the $31.8 million budget. So that first year interest payment is not in the budget.
I understand the interest payment is not.
Yeah.
We listened to 45 minutes tonight about how the pay-fors for the $3 million project were the $400,000 from Dunbarton. That money is in the revenue lines for our budget.
Right.
Can we get those dollars to cover this increase here?
So and I'm going to make sure I don't say something stupid and Matt will correct me, but you could, so 300,000 in the original article came from taxation. You could, if you wanted to, I think you can make that $200,000 increase and the 200 to come from fund balance. And would be the excess revenue, and you could do it that way, rather than raise it from taxes. Does that make sense?
Dwayne, I think it doesn't really matter because the money that's going to be coming in, because there isn't an appropriation to spend it, it's going to lapse into fund balance, and it will be used to offset taxes when the rates are set in October.
Oh, that's great. So I was under the impression that these were bottom line budgets and anything that we authorized tonight, the school could spend. If that's not the case, then you're right.
But the 400,000 is coming into the current FY22 budget. So it will lapse into fund balance unless Dwayne tells me otherwise.
No, it's not.
No, so one of the payments is 22-23 and one's 23-24.
So the
that's why I said fund
23-24
balance. Yeah.
would be.
But if we let this lie tonight, and hope that the fund balance lapses, but the school would have the authority to spend those funds if they chose.
Only if there's an appropriation.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else want to be heard on the motion to amend? Lisa?
Yeah, hi. I don't have to even introduce myself.
Would you please identify yourself?
Sorry,
and your
Lisa
address?
Cohen, 104 Brown Hill Road.
Thank you.
Can I ask how much is actually in the fund currently?
I think about 140, 145, somewhere around there. I don't know the exact number. 140, 92.
So that's $140,000. That's all that's in there.
Correct. We
Okay.
used the capital reserve fund to do the roof and the HVAC at the elementary school this past summer, so that's why it's down so low.
Okay. Then I'm actually for it. Not that I want my taxes going up.
Quick, let's all vote. Let's all vote, vote.
Yes, ma'am.
Erica Johnson, 22 Longview. Sorry, you've seen me a lot. So I looked earlier today, could not see anywhere on the school district's website where a priority list of concerns as far as structures within the buildings of the school district exist for maintenance costs and predicted expenses related to those. I think that as a public, we're not well informed about what the current status is of these buildings and what we are looking at for timeline replacement for these things or upgrades. Or I understand that emergency expenditures exist, but if we know, for example, that there's a roof issue here, and we can start kind of looking at how we're going to plan that as a group, it would be nice to see an itemized list that's prioritized and what timelines are and approximate costs. Maybe 300 is enough, maybe 500, but if we don't have an educated list of what we're looking at, how do we know?
Anybody want to respond?
Yeah, I could take that. When this committee was together pre-COVID, so I don't know when that was, 2019 or something, the list that I have in front of me, and Jen was on the committee, so I'm just basing this on what I have, but new sprinkler system, $294,000. Office safety communications rehab, $550,000. Communications, $200,000. Fire alarm replacement, new, $153,000. Electrical, 60 outlets, $30,000. Replace 12 partition walls with studded walls with paint, $20,000. And my recollection was adding a new access road was $350,000. That's my recollection of. That's all at BES.
And not that I love that you have that list there. That's great. But I just, is there anywhere where we can access that as a public as members of the town on the school district website? Just so we can, when we come in here, we're informed and we can help make a plan. You know, maybe we want to give you guys more money for this kind of stuff if we know what's coming down the road and what the timeline associated with these things are.
That's a really valid point. I'm not sure people are aware that we do have a recently formed building committee within the town. So it's representatives from the school board and from the town. So we're looking at all of our buildings as a total. And we're starting to gather some of that information right now so that it's not just we're looking at schools or we're looking at towns. We want to look across the board. Where are we standing with all of the buildings that we own? And we really are working on getting a prioritized list for all of our buildings. And that's something that's recently been formed.
Excellent. Thank you.
All right, this microphone.
Bruce Marshall, 12 Sharon Drive. I am all for increasing it from 300 to 500,000. Selectman Nicolopoulos has made me a firm believer of the CIP money to help keep our tax rates down. Jennifer's correct. I'm on the building committee with her. We go from building to building, not just municipal buildings, but all the school buildings, and we're putting together long-term maintenance schedules for all our facilities. It takes a little time because, as she said, it's newly, been put together. And this is the way to keep our tax rate down over the long period. We know that there's 100 and whatever thousand. Jennifer just gave us a number, and it was 300. Now's the time, given the failure of Articles 2 and 3, to increase it to 500,000, because we know with the roof in just the middle school that that's just a drop in the bucket as to what really needs to be done. So I'd ask you all to vote in support of increasing it to 500. Thanks.
All right. Seeing no one else at the microphone and no one at the microphone in the remote mini gym. All those in favor of amending Article 10 to increase the amount to go into the capital reserve fund from 300 to 500,000, please signify by raising your hand. Can I get a count in the remote area?
In the gym, 6 yes and 1 no.
Thank you. The cafeteria, gym, mini gym,
7 yes.
all those opposed to the motion, please raise your hand. All those opposed to the motion. Susan? Any noes? If you're in this section and you're voting no, would you raise your hand? Any noes in the mini gym or the cafeteria?
No nos.
Thank you. So the motion to amend passes. We need to actually put up a different article. Okay. Thank you. Through the magic of technology, the warrant article is now amended. So, the new warrant article is to appropriate the sum of $500,000 to be added to the existing Bow School District Buildings Construction Capital Reserve Fund. Is there anybody who wishes to be heard on the amended article? Seeing no one at the microphones or at the mini gym microphone, I will call for all those in favor. Please raise your hand. Hold on. Okay, thanks. Seven. 39. Put 20, 25. 7 yeses from the gym.
From the gym, 7 yes, 0 no.
And from the cafeteria, it was 7 also? Eric, what's the and two? Here? Oh, into, okay. Yep, okay, great.
Moderator, did you get a count from the CAF and mini gym?
Is it 7?
Yes.
Thank you. 66? 56. Okay. All right. All those opposed, all those noes on Article 10 as amended, please raise your hand. Any noes in the, 0, I got 0 in the gym. What about the cafeteria and the mini gym? So the amended article passes. All right. So that takes us to the final act of the night. And that is Article 7, which I guess we need a motion. And your name is? Got to make sure he hasn't changed his name. It's Still. That's his name, Still. All right, so we've got a motion and we've got a second. Article 7, this is a ballot article. We're all going to have to walk up and vote. This is the yellow ballot. We need to get boxes up on the table, out in the hall and up here if my assistant moderators and supervisors could help me. In any event, I will read the article.
Point of order.
How about after I read the article?
I'll wait.
Shall the school district accept the provisions of RSA 195A as amended, providing for the renewal of an area school or schools located in Bow, New Hampshire, to serve the following grades 7 through 12 from the school districts of Bow and Dunbarton, New Hampshire, in accordance with the provisions of the plan on file with the district clerk. Voting on this article will be by secret ballot at the meeting, majority required. It is unanimously recommended by the school board.
Now, point of order?
Yes.
Okay. Does it have to be by secret ballot vote, or can we vote to not do secret ballot vote?
No, it has to be by secret ballot vote.
Oh, why?
It's a statutory requirement.
Boo.
But it doesn't have to be open for.
Not open for an hour.
We do not need to keep the ballot open for an hour, in this case, as we do with bond issues. So we'll vote and we'll count the votes and then we'll adjourn. So is there anyone who wants to be heard on this Article 7?
I would like to be.
Right. I understand, but is there anybody, well, okay, we'll have the presentation first. Go ahead.
So it turns out I maybe wasn't everybody's best friend at the start of the night, but I will be now after you hear what the new agreement is with Dunbarton. So the Dunbarton agreement was a 10-year agreement. We're in about year 7 of that. And so you renegotiate that a couple years in advance, because if they don't want to stay, if we don't want them to stay, everybody needs time to figure out what to do with that. But we reached an agreement between us and Dunbarton. And what really worked well in this case is they were looking for longevity. They wanted to make sure they had a home for a long time, and we were looking for money. So between the two of those, we reached a pretty good agreement that satisfies both of what we're looking for. And you can go to the next slide, please. So we've agreed to a 15-year agreement. The last one, like we said, was 10. So at the end of that 15-year agreement, they'll have been in our school system for 25 years. Basically, the way it kind of works with them is you break everything down by a per pupil amount, more or less. And so generally speaking, all their kids get charged about $16,000 a year. And so I think they have like 227 kids in 7 through high school. You times it by the $16,000 per kid, and we get essentially in the neighborhood of $3 million. That's typically how it works. That is not going to change. That will stay the same, that calculation. We do sort of a similar calculation for our own kids. It's kind of the background of how the budget works. What's different this time was in the last agreement, things at the middle school, a good example would be the nurse. So we break up that nurse with a cost calculation, and the nurse goes to all 4 grades, but all 4 grades don't have the same number of kids because only 7 and 8 have Dunbarton kids. And so as a result of that, there's more kids in 7th and 8th grade than 5th and 6th. And so in the last agreement, Dunbarton paid 50% of the costs associated with a nurse or any of those like kind of global costs associated with those sorts of things that are shared. The new agreement has them paying 58% or allocating 58% to the 7th and 8th grade to make it basically it's just fairness between the two towns. That's one change that you'll see from our new negotiation. You can go to the next slide, please. So really this $400,000 that makeup payment that they're paying us, essentially if there's a para assistant in special needs and it's a one-on-one relationship with a Dunbarton student, that para is paid entirely by Dunbarton. But anything else has been excluded from this calculation that I was talking about that came out to $16,000. So we determined that they should have been paying for that for, let's say, a situation where you have 2 people using an aid or a general aid. Those calculations weren't being made in the last 7 years. And so the money that's made up from that is that $400,000 that we're talking about. It wasn't nefarious or anything like that. It was just different interpretation of the contract. We looked at the contract. They agreed they owed that money from the past. We've clarified that relationship, so they will continue to pay that. So going forward, that $400,000 will just be in the normal increments throughout the school year going forward. Really, the big difference you're going to see with this is that in the last agreement, I call it kind of a wear and tear fund, but essentially we create a capital reserve fund with all sorts of handicaps on it. I think you can go to the next slide, please. Yeah, this lists some of these handicaps. So basically in this fund, it can only be used for things that have a value of over $500,000. It has to have at least, actually $600,000 currently, has to have a lifespan of about 25 years, and the funds can only be used in the percentage of students from Dunbarton to Bow. And so it's generally about 20% of the students in the school system are Dunbarton students. So it's for really big things, right? A new roof or something along those lines. The contract initially has the calculations for that at $250 per Dunbarton student. So that's set aside from this average calculation, the $16,000 I mentioned earlier. This is a $250 calculation subject to inflation. So through inflation, that amount is now up to, I think it's like $283 or something like that. It's under $300 per student. So roughly that builds every year in the neighborhood of $60,000 to $70,000. But because of all those handicaps, it's never been used. And that's the $275,000 we had mentioned earlier. That's just sitting there from Dunbarton, never been used. Can only be used on something at the middle school or high school because that's the only facilities that the Dunbarton uses. And so why am I going to such depth on this? We negotiated on that to make that so they're now, instead of paying what was $250, they're now agreed to pay $800 on that. And so instead of that amount being roughly $60,000 per year, it's going to be $180,000 per year that Dunbarton will be paying us each year. That goes into that fund. What's also particularly beneficial to us is we've also negotiated where only 50% of that payment is going to go into that fund. And the other 50% is we can use for whatever we desire. And while we haven't formally voted on this, our expectation is that other 50%, which we anticipate to be about $90,000 a year, we're going to allocate that towards the elementary school renovation is what our plan would be with that money. Again, we don't have a formal discussion on that, but that's generally our expectation to use that money. Again, Dunbarton kids don't go to the elementary school, but we can use that money towards that to really benefit the project. Those are really the big differences. I know really the only reason I think to not agree on this is you might say, well, how can we do this? What if we have an influx of kids? We always, every year we hear about some 200 house unit coming in, right? I mean, behind Smokey and Nesbitt, there was some talk, I remember a couple years about something. We always have that talk. We have plenty of capacity at the schools. We are 75 students less than the most we've ever had at the middle school. And we're 100 students less than capacity at the high school with Dunbarton. And so even if some big development does come in or whatever, we currently have the capacity to handle an influx. And that's a huge influx, 175 kids. Dunbarton only sends about 200 kids for the whole town to our schools. To give you an idea, I would be shocked if something like that happened. But if it did, then we would cross that bridge. But that's the only reason I can think of any reason why we wouldn't do that. And I should say, if we don't, well, we can get on the negatives. If this doesn't pass and we don't have an agreement with Dunbarton, currently our high school would have the smallest number of students we've ever had in the history of Bow right now if we didn't have Dunbarton. And the middle school would be really close. And there's a lot of other negatives. I don't want to get negative out. I think it's a great deal. And it brings in a lot of money to Bow.
All right. Is there anyone who wishes to be heard? I see one gentleman at the microphone.
Bruce Marshall, 12 Sharon Drive. First, I want to thank the school board. You came up with a lot of great negotiation in this time with the Dunbarton. However, as I understand it, it doesn't need to be voted on this year. It can be voted on next year. And I say that because, as Dr. Cascadden showed us this graph of children in our school since the high school was here, we had a peak. My oldest kids were called the bubble class. When they went through the middle school and they were with the extra 75, you're saying not there now, the school board told us we need to add on to the middle school. When they got to the high school, the school board said we need to put another wing on the high school. So to say that we got plenty of capacity, I don't agree with it, especially when we've heard for so many years from the school board that we need to keep lesser students in a class to be more effective with teachers and our classrooms are filled. If I heard Dr. Cascadden right, he said we're at capacity. We got about 20 to 24 kids in a classroom when he opened this up. You say that we always hear about development. We have heard about development, and in the past, I've been here 32 years, we put restrictions on number of building permits a year. That's not there anymore. We've looked in the last year, it's a different world we're in, a lot more interest in developing in Bow. We're looking now that planning board got a conceptual plan for a 300 to 400 unit apartment complex down there, exit 1, 2-bedroom to 3-bedroom units. That doesn't transpire. And when I asked about this at budget, and it was explained, well, you guys looked at the growth of Bow over historically and not that many. We've never had that kind of development in Bow ever. And when you put in a development like that, even if it was half the size, that happens over a couple years, not over 12 years if you're doing a big subdivision or something like that. We had the proposal for the 60 duplexes, which again, that happens a lot faster. So I don't see the rush to jump and vote and approve this year, especially we don't know all the kids that are coming back after COVID to our schools. We're still not at our true full student number since COVID. We're slowly getting back, but we're not quite there yet. So I would think that we would vote no on this, wait and see what's going to happen with Bow over the next year, especially with some of this development, and enter this into smartly. If we get stuck in a 15-year contract with Dunbarton, and like in the past when the bubble class went through, you're all going to be coming to us in a couple of years saying, we got to add on to at least 1 or 2 schools. So let's go bond 30 or 40 million to add on to the schools. And as I understand in the answers I got on the contract, Dunbarton isn't going to contribute to any of that. We just get hit with it, and Dunbarton doesn't contribute. So I ask that we got time. We don't need to vote on it now. We should wait a year and vote on it. And then one last point, I'm taking the opportunity now because we've been through.
You're at your 3 minutes, so if you could wrap it up.
I will wrap it up. I just want to point out and thank Dr. Cascadden for everything he's done to bring us through a year and a half of what must have been hell for him to deal with all these COVID and whatnot. And I didn't always agree with him, but I want to commend him for getting us, this town, through it. Awesome job.
If anybody else wish to speak to this motion?
Thank you. Robert Louv, 3 Wheeler Road. I was lucky enough to be on the school board back in 2012, 2013, when we first negotiated with Dunbarton. We heard all of the same arguments that were just mentioned, and none of them seemed to come to fruition. In fact, I'm not sure if it's still true, but Dunbarton has remained to be our top revenue source throughout the years. So back then in 2013, when this was brought forth before the people, there were 311 people who voted. 301 of them voted for, and only 10 voted against. And I think it was one of the best decisions that this town has ever made. So I truly do encourage the voters here to vote in favor of this very important article. Thank you.
I promise this will be my last time.
And your name?
Mark Zerba, 8 Port Richards.
Still.
So I feel for the school board tonight. Earlier, they were being criticized for not planning ahead far enough with the turf project. Now they're being criticized for planning ahead with this area agreement. You guys are, I don't know how you do it all, but as we saw earlier, when the pupil counts were shown enrollment's been fairly stable over the last 5 years. It had increased prior to that only because it was at a low, and it increased because Dunbarton students joined our district. I feel like this makes sense for Bow. We've got the capacity at the middle and high schools. The issues that we're having are at the elementary school, which is not impacted by the area agreement. So I fully support this article.
I guess I can address a couple of those points. It is a two-way contract, right? So I'm hearing at least one person who has hesitation with this contract, but think if you're sitting in the Dunbarton audience tomorrow and they're hearing what you just heard, which is all this money that's going up. I wouldn't say that this is necessarily a guarantee to pass on their side. You know, they came from Goffstown before. They went to John Stark prior to that. If we put this off for another year, there's no question they're going to at least explore other schools if we don't pass this. And, you know, our per pupil rate is low because of them. It's the $3 million. If they pull out, that's 227 kids that are gone. That's at least 10 to 12 teachers that are gone. That puts our school district solidly in Division III for sports. We would still have the lights that we have to pay for and everything else. And there's no question our taxes would go up if Dunbarton is not approved to stay within the district. And from my personal view, it's finally right where that relationship needs to be. My oldest son was in the middle school when they first came, and there used to be the Dunbarton table for lunch, and there used to be a bit of a separation. It's taken a few years, but now it's seamless between these two communities, and it's just to follow up what Robert said, it's a great thing that Dunbarton and the schools.
Anybody else who wishes to speak to this article? Yes. Name and address.
Hi, I'm Dan Perez. I'm from 592 Page Road. So just a little bit of background. I grew up in Etna, New Hampshire, which is like an enclave of Hanover, New Hampshire. We have an area school kind of where we actually pull in Norwich kids from across the river in Vermont. Yeah, and it went great. It was fine. And we've been doing that for, I don't know, longer than I can remember. And that's been a long-term, wonderful relationship. The thing I'm just sort of thinking about now is that the nature of education seems to be changing really, really fast. This seems like a wonderful school. That's why I moved here. But I haven't heard any considerations about the increased popularity, about people wanting to fund kids rather than schools in general. So over the course of the next 15 years, as more and more people are going to be like saying, hey, I want to move my kid around to whatever school of my choice and take that money with me. I mean, we could be expecting a lot more kids wanting to come into Bow, maybe some leave. I don't know. It's a neutral comment, but I'm wondering if you guys thought about that.
Well, it's probably better for Dean on this. I've talked to Dean a number of times about kids tuitioning in from other districts, and he can explain it best.
Yeah, there is a move in New Hampshire, and has been for a while, of the educational money will follow the children. What happens now, we have an agreement with Dunbarton and we have an MOU with Hooksett, and those are the only two districts that we allow to tuition in. One of the reasons being is special education costs. Built into the Hooksett MOU and the Dunbarton area agreement is specifically what happens with special education. For any other student moving here or asking to tuition here, we couldn't discriminate whether or not they were a special education student. And if they came here and had special education costs associated with them, it would be unclear whose district would be responsible for it. I mean, in law, it would probably be the home district, but that's unclear. And so we don't accept any other students except for Dunbarton and other Hooksett students, because we have that spelled out in an agreement with their home districts. But that is a move in New Hampshire that greatly troubles me. There's a pushing for educational freedom accounts. There's a pushing for money following children wherever they would want to go for school choice. I'm a believer in public education. I wasn't always. I started as a Christian school principal, and I started on the side that money should follow the child. But tonight is a great example. We sat together as a community. We had some rough conversations, some things were said, but in the end, we're going to walk out and we're going to feel good about our community. We're going to feel good about our kids. Education is not a commodity. It's not something you buy or sell. You know, it is something I firmly believe in public education, supported by public tax dollars, because we're building the next generation. And, you know, it's not something that you can just buy or sell. We're over in Dunbarton. I'll just finish with this. We're over in Dunbarton, and someone steps up to the microphone and they're like, well, didn't you look around? I mean, can't you buy it cheaper from Goffstown? And can't you buy it cheaper from here or there? It's like, that's not the point. The point is we build public schools for our communities and for our work. So, sorry, I got a little bit on a soapbox there.
All right. I see one more person at the microphone. You want to state your name and address?
Sure, Lisa Cullen, 104 Brown Hill Road. So I work for a charter school, by the way. Gay school choice. However, my daughter has had a great time in Bow. People moved to Bow for the schools. We were looking at possibly, because our, Bow taxes are so high, we were looking at moving to Dunbarton just so she could stay in the Bow schools. I'm not really concerned about the area agreement not being agreed upon next year, like was suggested. But please, Dr. Cascadden, don't talk about school choice, please, because that'll just get me fired up. You don't want that. But yeah, I'm for the area agreement. I think it's a great idea. I do understand, it was Bruce, right, that said put it off a year. I think that might be a good idea to consider. I don't think Dunbarton's leaving us, and we do have those two big, ridiculous proposals for new development coming into town. So I'd like to see what the planning board does with that. And so I say we wait a year as well. You guys can disagree with me. Sometimes you do. So, thank you.
Anyone else who wants to be heard on this
Moderator?
motion?
May I speak?
Yeah.
Just to put it out there, as part of the negotiating committee, it's a greatly increased amount of money that Dunbarton's agreeing to send our way for their students. It took a lot of negotiation to get there. It's just worth realizing if you wait a year, it'll be a different negotiating group. They may or may not agree to still give us that amount of money. I know they want to come here. We want them to come here, but it was a tough negotiation, and it'll be a different number. It might be the same, might be higher or lower, but you don't know what you get if you wait a year, and it's only a year. I don't think we're going to know that much more about who's moving to town and what the students are doing and all that. I think it's a well-negotiated good amount, and I'd like to see it come our way. So just thought I'd put it out there.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Shannon Rhodes, Bellevue Drive. I just have one question. I know you said it's a two-way street. What happens if Dunbarton doesn't shake our hand back tomorrow? Like, what would that look like for us?
Yeah, then we'd have no agreement. We'd have to go back to the drawing table.
Okay.
That's why we negotiated early too. Sorry, that's why we negotiated it early too, so that we would have those couple of years if that did happen. But that is a valid point.
All right. Seeing no one else at the microphones. I see Chris walking. I guess he's not headed to a microphone.
Dead man walking.
He's going to vote.
All right. So we have a ballot box up here, and we have a ballot box in the hallway. Yellow ballot. And we are not waiting an hour after the ballots close. Pardon me? This is the last vote, last article.
Can you please post the article?
Can we put the article back up? Can you put
Please
the
post
article back up,
Article
please?
7.
Thank you. Oh, thank you.
They don't come.
Thank you. Thank you.
You need to validate your pardon.
way. You guys doing? One of us. Nice. Oh, I will. Thanks, guys. Who's going? Jenna. Jenna. What are you doing? We're going to, it's Susan turned 50 last weekend there. You guys like, so we're going to Boston for the night. Girls' night in Boston. We're going to hotel. Yeah, I need that. Yeah, they're telling me to behave. Yeah, night out. Mom's night out. After that's two.
Hundred percent. I was not in, but I was like, Bryce supports it, and I'm gonna support him.
I mean, I will. Right.
Back on? Hello? Is this working? Oh, wonderful. So, I have the results of Article 7. And following the announcement of this article, I've arranged for a motion to adjourn. Unless somebody else has some important business that they want to take up. But the vote on Article 7 is there were a total votes of 208. There were yes votes of 192, and there were no votes of 16. So Article 7 passed. So unless someone has other business to bring before our annual meeting, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. What's your name? Phil. Second? All those in favor? All those opposed? No. Say what? I'm not counting myself. I'm waving to everybody.
Thank you. Thank you.